Can you hear me now? No way. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. I was yapping. Oh, brother. I must have had the wrong mic selected. Okay. All right. Well, off rip. Let me do a little shimmy shimmy in my alternate mode to fix the microphones. Thank you all for telling me. I had another stream last week that I had to completely scrap. I privated it. I got rid of it. I sent it to the Shadow Realm because I had 2 microphones enabled. So this time around, I think we had 0 microphones enabled. Because that's just how it be sometimes. But who's up retroiding their Nova? Anyone pick up that Retroid Nova? Thing looks freaking sick. Oh man. All right, well, let's get right into it, y'all. I've finally accumulated enough funds to not only pick up a Retroid Nova, but I also rehired the most talented live stream producer in the entire multi-dimensional universe. So let's pull up the agenda. Producer, pull up the agenda, please. There we go. All right, it's right there. Oh, it's blocking kind of part of chat. Oh, never mind. Up first, make the stream work. Thanks to everybody in the chat. You guys all helped me get the stream to work. Thank you. That's a dub right there. And then 2, talk about the Retroid Pocket Nova. I want to hear your guys' thoughts, and I'll give you my thoughts, and we'll scope it out. Talk about what we can expect. I'm really stoked on it. 3, Retroid Pocket Mini V1. I know it's kind of like the Suicune of handhelds these days. You don't see it like ever, but I still got one. Not for long though, because that's gonna take us to step 4. We're gonna upgrade it to the Mini V2, and it's literally been collecting dust on my shelf. It's just been sitting there. I have all of the upgrade components. I got some extra buttons. I got some other like colors of different things. So we got the screen, we got the colored buttons, we got like all kinds of stuff. So I'm thinking that we all kind of like decide what we want to do as we're doing it. Like what colors we want to mix and match, because I'm down to have a little fun. I'm down to get crazy, a little quirky. K-Dogs, Nova Pocket. Is it really portable to fit in the pocket? We'll see, dude. I think it might just be pocketable. I think it'll be more pocketable than the Ambernic RG477M, because it's got smaller screen. It's got tiny little bezels, super slim profile. So I'm feeling this one. I think this one's gonna be hot. Anyways, step 5, drink water. Double trouble. I got a little bit of electrolytes. I got a little bit of agua, just a little bit. Just a small amount of water. Oh, Derek. I didn't know they were still going. I tried to give them like plenty time. I tried to give them like a solid 2 hours, and then I don't want to be up too late. But anyways, watch whoever. There's always channels. There's always stuff going on. Drink water, step 5. Step 6, play games on the Mini V2. We'll see if we can actually accomplish step 6, because I was looking up how to update this thing, and apparently there's like a whole software reflash that you need to do when you it's not just changing the screen. You got to change the screen, reflash the entire firmware, and sometimes it doesn't work. And Retroid being Retroid, they didn't exactly document it well. Anyways, step 7, Q&A, viewer's choice. I pass the baton to you guys. I pass the torch, and yeah, and then we just bring it home. Closing time. You know the dealio. So let's this is why I pay the producer the big bucks here. We're gonna go ahead and kick it to the first ever monitor stream. Check this shit out. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. So sick. I know it's like fundamental. It's like basic live streaming. But you know, I'm a rookie. I'm a rookie when it comes to live streaming stuff. But let's talk about this Retroid Pocket Nova. This thing is freaking sweet. And we're gonna throw on some vibe music. I updated the playlist because, you know, we're gonna be chilling today. It's gonna be a good stream, y'all. Retroid Pocket Nova. This thing was basically announced, what, like a week ago? Was it announced even before that? This was one of the fastest announcement to release date handhelds from Retroid that I've seen in pretty much ever. It was like out of nowhere, hey, here's the Retroid Pocket Nova, check out this thing, and then immediately was like, yo, by the way, it's on, here's the processor, and it's on sale on Friday. So yeah, who knows when they're actually shipping it. But I've got a little bit of speculation, a little bit of insight, a little bit of all that stuff. So the big thing with this Retroid Pocket Nova here is we're finally returning. Retroid's finally going back to a 4x3, similar to this, right? Or so we thought. We thought that this was a true 4x3 aspect ratio handheld, but it turns out it wasn't. It turns out it was all a ploy. And they're actually just using this weird LG Wing screen. But yeah, so it turns out that it's actually like 31 by 27, and there's that like jacks up shaders and all kinds of stuff. I don't even know. Lisa, you swear that these handhelds take all your money they ship? Oh, the shipping cost killed me on this. Yeah, it was like 20 something bucks because I got the case as well. That probably added like an extra 10 bucks. So yeah, the total, I was like, ah, but we're living in those times these days. It's kind of a bummer. But everything is just more expensive. So this probably would have been like 200 bucks, maybe a year ago, maybe even, 6 months ago. Oh, let me get chat on screen. What am I doing? Y'all can't even see your chat. All right, hang tight. I'll get Botrix in the mix. There we go. Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit big on screen, so let me know if we want to rearrange or anything. Mr. Cowfood. Some are worried about the graphics on the display based on Retroid's own YouTube video on a prototype. I saw that. Let's actually we'll pull that up after we check out their official page. It looks interesting. I'm curious. Do you know what specifically about the graphics we should keep an eye out for? Because from my general, I watched it on my phone. It looked good, but maybe there's some like nuance. Maybe it's, I was speculating on the RH podcast. What was it? Was it this Monday or maybe it was last week? I don't know. Time is a construct. But we were speculating about what would go wrong with this handheld, because there's a lot of things that look right, but what might actually go wrong. And the biggest variable with this is the new display being a custom 4.5 inch 4x3 aspect ratio, 120 hertz, which gets you 120 fps, fully displayed. Oh man, it is like, on paper this thing is Goldilocks, center of the Triforce territory. It's super exciting. I know my yum is going to be yucked at some point, But for now, you know, I'm loving this. The first ever of all time 4x3 120 hertz AMOLED retro handheld. So yeah, exactly, Lisa. I have to pay to play. I think this is part of why the handheld is a little more expensive than we were expecting, because of that custom panel. That being said, I think they ordered a ton of them, because when you make something custom, you're not ordering a small batch. You're not test run, you know, maybe we'll sell like 1,000 of them. It's like, no, they probably ordered a crates full. K-Dogs, what's the AM and AMOLED mean? It stands for active matrix. It's kind of, it's a little bit of markety term. It's basically modern OLED. So it's one thing to compare it to would be compare it to a PlayStation Vita, which has the traditional, like the old school OLED, and like those older phones of that generation. AMOLED is the new generation of OLED screens. It's pretty much everything you see nowadays. Virtually everything is AMOLED. So like phones, you know, you see like higher quality screens on phones, Retroid products, AYN. It's not like anything that you actually need to care about, to be honest. but Derek the Menace, did I order one? I did. I got home at like 9:05 and I panicked because I thought that I would get home at like 8:55. And so I just hopped on my computer. I checked out the colors, and they got some good colors. Check out some of these. We got the GameCube, the 16-bit, the black, and then we got the fun ones. These are the ones that I'm really excited about. Crystal, transparent, ice blue. Look at that thing. Clear purple. They kind of mailed it in with that name a little bit. and watermelon. So I ended up buying the watermelon purely because I don't have a transparent red handheld. I got a transparent purple one with the Odin 3, and I might trade that Odin 3 for like a white one because the purple ain't doing it for me, slime. And I got an ice blue one. I had the Retroid Flip 2 ice blue, so I've seen what their ice blue looks like. Not the biggest fan personally, because it's more like aquamarine than it is blue, so it's a little bit of a misleading name. Like, this is an ice blue. You guys are seeing it on that side. That's not ice blue. That's like, it's like aquamarine. It's kind of teal. Crystal looks pretty sick, but I feel like the lighting makes it look better than I would personally want. So that kind of drew me to the watermelon. I thought it looked fun. Yeah. K-Dogs, what's the best model to buy? So let's talk about that. The specs of this handheld, we have a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset, same one that's in the Retroid Pocket 6 here, and all of the upper tiers of the Thor. We've also seen it on all of the Odin 2 handhelds. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is a really solid kind of gold standard chipset, and with like 12 and 16 gigs of RAM, like those, like, you know, those kinds of handhelds, you can probably get away with like a decent amount of Windows emulation through GameHub and stuff like that. But I found I have the 8GB RAM model here, so basically the specs on my Retroid Pocket 6 here are basically the same ones that are going to be on the Retroid Nova. And I found that 8GB is fine. Like, 8 gigs will get you everything that you want, except for super high-end Switch and some Windows games. You'll need the RAM to run some like higher tier Windows games. Fallout 4 is a little funky with 8 gigs of RAM. It doesn't like that. I think 12 gigs is like a sweet spot for, think like 2014 Windows games and onwards. If you're looking to play those kinds of things, which honestly a lot of them ran widescreen, so I don't know if this would be the handheld for that. Therefore, in a roundabout answer, I think that the 8 gigs with 128 is perfect. I think like this is, the 12 gigs feels like overkill, and you don't get any more storage for it. So you're paying an extra $40 for a couple gigs of RAM, and you don't really need it. From my opinion, I don't need it. Maybe you need it. Who knows? Yo, K, what up, dude? 8 gigs is still solid. Some random indies on PC use a little more. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a very, once you get above 8 gigs, it kind of becomes like more of a niche use case. So that's where you really kind of have to like think about what games you want to really be playing, and if those games, because normally with the Retroid Pocket 6, you would look at the models and be like, oh, you know, I can imagine myself playing those higher end games, so I'll just get that higher end model. But with this handheld, we have a 4:3 aspect ratio screen. So it's a retro aspect ratio screen. Do we really imagine ourselves playing like some of those, you know, newer indies on this retro style screen? Maybe that's a cool experience. I don't know. Maybe you need that 12. We also only have 128 gigs either way, so that's kind of a drawback in my opinion. I really wish that you know, RAM wasn't $40 for an extra 4 gigs. Anyways, Mr. Cowfood, nice. Yeah, exactly. So you went 12 gigs of RAM for those PC indies. That's valid, super valid. Me personally, I went with the 8 gigs. I think that my use case, I'm gonna be ripping. I feel like this is gonna be a killer GameCube, PS2 era. Some light PS3 maybe, but I think this will just crush PS2 and GameCube with no tweaking. This isn't going to be like a, you know, like a 2 to 3 times resolution. You know, maybe you get a little funky with the Snapdragon 865. This will just brute force through pretty much anything. That HN 2 is killer. Now I am curious about the cooling on this, because it's a pretty slim aspect. It's a pretty slim design. Well, another fun thing that they're actually doing, look at this. You got an optional dump truck on it. You got an optional curviness, or you can go slim style. The curviness is DIY. So you gotta like unscrew the back, I'm assuming, and then theoretically it should be a pretty easy swap. Just a couple screws. But you know, it could be a little funky. I think that because it's the backside, it should be a little easier. Welcome back, RP4. Ben, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, welcome back. We are so back. And now with the 4:3 screen too. So like I think the biggest benefit that a lot of people don't realize when you think about 4:3 aspect ratio screens, right, is when you're playing 4:3 aspect ratio on a normal 16:9, it crops it in. So it makes it a smaller screen. And then if you measure that, then it sort of becomes, you know, maybe a 6-inch screen turns into like a 4x5-inch screen, or 4.5-inch screen. So you lose a ton of screen real estate when you're playing those 4:3 aspect ratio games on a widescreen. But with the Nova, because it's native 4:3 aspect ratio, it's gonna feel massive. That's what's so sick about playing true 4:3 on a 4:3 screen. So for anyone who hasn't experienced that, who's been ripping like, you know, those classic 4:3 on a regular widescreen handheld or your phone or something, I think that that's what really opened my eyes to like, whoa, 4:3 screens kind of crush, especially bigger ones like 4.5 inches. Yeah. Hey, Derek, everyone hit like, smash a like if you like the stream. Also, what up, man? I'm stoked to have you guys here, just yapping about this thing. Okay, do you prefer the ergonomics on the back? I think Maybe. So on first sight, I kind of do. I think that it'll be nice, but then I think that Russ got his hands on one and said that he preferred the slim, even though he thought he was going to prefer the curvy. So that's where I'm like, you know, maybe slim in that general, like at that size, feels better than kind of like a half committed curve. And I don't know how the curve is gonna compare to the mini here. I'm kind of eyeballing it a little bit with the curves. It looks maybe slightly less curvy. Yeah, yeah, Lisa, and not the Retroid Pocket Mini again. Well, so that was the funny thing about the reveal, right? Is the first time we see the Nova, they showed it in the clear, transparent colorway. Like the first time was in this colorway, so that everybody just knows full well that that they're not hiding any screen in there. So I am curious when they're shipping it though, because reviewers don't have these yet. So it feels a little bit kind of cobbled together, maybe super scrambled. Maybe they're just eager, but I know that part of it was also probably just for the arbitrary date that it's releasing on 6/26/2026. Like they're probably really hyped on that being like a cool marketing thing. DB, nice, shipping end of July. Okay, so we got a couple weeks to wait. Yeah, so I feel like there's not too much of a rush in terms of ordering these. By the way, like I mentioned earlier, I don't think there's going to be any shortage of this handheld here, like, because this is a custom screen. So I think they ordered crates of that screen, and they're just going to like use it on a bunch of different handhelds too. So this is, I'm assuming that this is going to be like more or less a flagship handheld for a while, sort of the RP6 and the Nova, and then they'll probably have like a flip 3 in the mix. Like, you know, that's a layup. Flips are hot. Brian, you ordered watermelon tonight? Same. The watermelon is really sick. I was torn between the purple and the watermelon, but the watermelon is just so unique. You don't see red handhelds a lot. You see purple handhelds, like from AYN at least. I mean, you know, Bruce Wayne and Batman over there, Retroid and AYN. Yeah, Mike, icy blue, hell yeah. Just like the. Do you think that the? Okay, so here's another thing that was really interesting with these Nova designs. Look at the buttons and how they show through, and like the colors of them. It's like kind of a completely different shade from the rest of the handheld. It's like a lot lighter and more pastel-y, while the rest is kind of like these atomic pearl. I didn't love that, to be honest. You know, maybe it is like pretty cool, but hold on, my side camera here is bugging out. Maybe it's overheating. I don't know. I'll let it chill for a minute. Yo, thank you for the 10 bones, Paxi. Man, it's been a minute since I've seen you. What's up? How you been? Hopefully you've been all right. Yeah, favorite tech tuber? Hell yeah. Love to hear it. Let's go. Dubs in the chat for Paxi. Yeah, those buttons are very interesting. The way that they're doing these crystal buttons. Now, I think that they did the same thing with it looks like they did the same thing on the RP6. Let me show you guys. If my side camera can stay on long enough here. To the overhead. Check this out. So they did the same kind of like transparent with the solid underneath, and it seems like they're using that exact same button style. Also, these face buttons and D-pad, I'm assuming they're using the same ones on this Nova. They are good. Really good. Retroid has like locked in and really done a good job with the controls on the RP6. So I think that these I think they're just running it back on the RP Nova here. We've got the textured analog sticks, same as the RP6, same as the Flip 2. A little bit of bump out. The texture, the rib texture, let me tell you, does something to me. Yeah, okay, exactly. Like, yeah. You get it, dude. Like, it's solid D-pad and solid face buttons. It's the Vita style D-pad, dome switch, super satisfying. They've always, it seems like they've always like understood that the Vita D-pad is the way to go. They struggled with buttons on some of the older handhelds, like the RP Mini, the RP4 was actually not bad. The RP5 had like kind of weirdly stiff buttons, but they've really, I think that the RP6, the Retroid 6 here, is kind of like the ultimate. It's like all of their learnings just channeled into one handheld. And this is basically the 4x3 version of that. So yeah, I mean, I think, how do you guys feel about the inline analog sticks? Because this is definitely like, this is a true retro handheld. So I personally don't mind D-pad on top. I think that's the move for a handheld like this. That's what's up, Vegan Pop-Tart. If you're in the chat, smash that like button. If you like the stream. If you don't like the stream, tell me, please tell me how I can make you like it. Lisa, you'll get a Thor from Stubbs. Oh, you just got a Thor from Stubbs. Hey, yo, what a pickup, man. That's great. That's been blessed by Father Handheld himself there. Yeah, man, I'm with you. D-pad on top makes sense. Ajiga Mike, you're a Vita lover, so you never minded inline. You know what's interesting is I've always been a Vita lover. I mean, at the time, having analog sticks at a baseline was like, whoa, this is sick. But nowadays we look back at those analog sticks and go, those are bad sticks. Those are objectively bad sticks. But I never thought about those sticks being inline. They were just always there, and it just made sense for that handheld. But now with these retro handhelds, and like there's a lot of discussion about analog stick placement, I find myself like thinking about the stick placement a lot more. And with this, I think that it totally makes sense. Like, we should totally be prioritizing that D-pad, and for all the consoles that we're going to be emulating, the sticks were always on the bottom. So that I think it makes sense personally. Now, I am so pumped to have an OLED 120 hertz in a true 4x3. I think that's going to be so sick, because we kind of got that a little bit with the RG477M and the RG Slide, crazy enough, and the 476H from Ambernick. All those Ambernick ones using that panel. They just keep running it back on that 4.7 inch in-cell LTPS display, which is an OLED, but it's a nice little nice display. This time around, we're getting, Retroid said, you know, I'll raise you, I'll do you one better. And they put out, you know, they took out a mortgage and you know, might be bringing us one of the best, you know, one of the best displays that we could ask for. However, there's been some seeds of doubt. Somebody mentioned in the chat earlier that there might be something going on with the display. So we're gonna pull up a YouTube video in a second and take a look at what's going on. I'm curious, because I watched it on my phone earlier, and it looked like a great display. I don't know. Okay, Retroid confirmed. Cluster tune and pulse will work with the new Nova 2. Hell yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's crazy that they're testing pulse too. Dude, that's so sick. Great to hear. Yeah, that's it's hearing that they used a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 on this was like music to my ears. I was like, that's perfect. You know, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here and you know, and use some crazy, you know, obscure Snapdragon chip. With the 8 Gen 2, we got video out, we got great performance, we got just a very well optimized chipset. So stoked for that one. Let's check out some of the other things here. Oh, sorry, I got a cat on the loose. It's just, nope, she's marching. Hey, nope. But we got analog triggers. Booyah, huge dub. Looks like they got texture on them too. A little bit of grippiness. That's gonna be nice. Yeah, we got those. We got the grippy sticks. I'm telling you, these little grippiness here and there, they make a big difference on the overall like premium feeling. Also, how do you guys feel about the plastic shell versus glass surface, like the plastic surface? You guys into that? My camera keeps overheating, so we'll let it cool down for a minute. It's only 78 degrees in here. You guys into the plastic shell? I know a lot of people are pretty stoked on that. I'm pretty stoked on that. Find out like a true return to form. Yeah, we got the ergonomic grips here. I think it's included with pre-orders too, right? Yeah, free bumped. They call it a bumped back shell. And tempered glass screen protector. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Shipments start at the end of July. Oh, she's back. She's back with vengeance. 5,000 milliamp hour battery, pretty solid. That should be, I think that should get us like somewhere between, I mean, what like 5 to 8 hours of game. Yo, Derek, thank you, dude. Thank you for more camera puns, brother. I seriously appreciate it, man. That means a ton to me. Round 2, run it back. Maybe one day I can afford to cool down that damn camera. I appreciate it, homie. Dubs in the chat for Derek. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, all of the specs on the Nova are just everything on paper. And this is another thing too, by the way, is like we can talk through all these specs all day. Like there's a lot to love on paper here. We've got a great battery for the size and the slimness. It looks like they're bringing all of the good stuff from the Retroid Pocket 6. And now we've got that custom 4.5-inch display. It's gonna be nice. I know some people were a little bit confused about the naming. You know, that we can't call it an 8 Gen 2 anymore. We got to call it the much catchier QCS 8550. It's basically it's an 8 Gen 2. It just doesn't have cellular stuff in it. Let's quickly scrub through any other standouts here. We got UFS 3.1. That's fine. It's not, you know, we're in the age now where we kind of got to just, you know, deal with what we get. UFS 3.1, it'll be fine. This is a retro handheld, but like this, we're going there for retro stuff, for some like indie Windows stuff. I don't know what would need more, like faster speed. I would love more storage personally, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. Wi-Fi 7 if you got it. That's about it. Yeah, nothing else too crazy in the specs department. Talk to me. What are we feeling here color wise? Is there a favorite? Let's start it off. Let's do a little poll in the chat. We'll do 2 polls. We'll go clear or solid color. Clear, gang. Solid. All right. Clear, the transparent or the solid. Where we land, and then based on that, we'll do a second poll of which colorway from that is the ultimate favorite. Personally, I gotta vote. I'm on clear, gang. I'm on transparency. I think the transparent colors look sick. I wish I could vote, but I can't stuff the ballot. It literally won't let me vote. It's kind of crazy that they're bringing us 7 different colorways on this. 7 colorways with 2 models. So 14 SKUs. That's pretty crazy. Like, that's very, very interesting. Ban. I'm glad there's transparency here. This is for transparency, everybody. We're running this poll for I need to see complete transparency. I'm trying to be as clear as I can here. It looks like clear is taking the win. We got 76% dub. I'm gonna end it, and we're gonna cruise into a new poll. How many options can I get? Okay. All right. Which is ultimate color? And we'll do crystal, watermelon, purple, or ice blue. This is for all the marbles, y'all. I wish that I knew how to play marbles with chat. yeah, Chica Mike, you gotta pick one. It's one and done. There's no this is about picking favorites. Man, all of the clear ones look pretty damn slick. I think that they're just on another level compared to the solids. I wish that they showed one in that YouTube video. I wish that they showed us some of like the clear ones in hand. Maybe they're still working on the shells, but oh man. They just started off on like the most neutral prototype unit. They're just like, here's a black handheld. But man, I need to see those transparent ones. You can clearly see what's winning. Man. Interesting. Crystal. So far taking the lead, y'all. You guys like the transparent clear? What's the last handheld that did a transparent clear color? I ain't looking for no bargain bin handhelds. What's the last like actual one? Ambernick was actually going to do a transparent RGDS, surprisingly enough. In their original announcement of the RGDS, there was like a transparent one with colored buttons, and then they just like quietly just snuck it out and pared it down to the other colors instead. So Crystal's clearly in the lead. Crystal with PlayStation buttons would go crazy. Facts. Flip 2. Ooh. Best announcement of a handheld in a long time. You think so? Yeah. The black Nova looks like a squashed Odin 2 band. It does. It looks like somebody sat on it. That's crazy. Well, Crystal it is, y'all. Crystal got the dub. Where'd we land? Crystal, then ice blue, narrowly beating watermelon, and purple at the bottom. That's surprising, but that also makes sense. Purple is usually a lot more divisive color. But yeah, interesting. The watermelon and the teal fighting for second place here. Let's take a look at that that Retroid teaser. Or like, or whatever their gameplay. Oh, who's that? Wait a minute. I'm not even logged in. Wait a minute. Okay, so that D-pad, that's a prototype D-pad if I've ever seen one. Yes, I know it is full screen. Heat. Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Yeah, that Baxi, you're right. That D-pad loose. And those aren't crystal buttons. Is Retroid scamming us? No, I'm kidding. This is clearly a prototype, just to get like the shape and test out the screen and everything. But how are we feeling? The screen looks nice. A little bit of a bezel around it, obviously. But for the most part, it looks like they tried to get it pretty much as big as they could. Speakers have pretty nice placement, all things considered. Doesn't look like your thumbs are going to be blocking too much of it. And it kind of looks a little bit smaller than I was expecting too. You can see the way that his fingers wrap around to kind of get an idea for the general size. And with a slim profile too, this should be a pretty nice little thing. Oh, you know what? I have a dual screen, so we can actually get a sense of the size based on that. Huzzah! So let's compare it to the Mini. Yeah. The screen, the DS, the dual screen is a little bit smaller than the Mini. It looks like the Nova is going to be more or less very similar width-wise, but it's going to be taller. It's going to be a fair bit taller, which actually should make it more comfortable too. But I'm actually surprised that the width is going to be relatively similar to the Mini, and the Mini only had a 3.92 inch display tucked away in there. Is it PAM size then? I don't have a PAM. I might have PAM spray in my kitchen. No, I don't have a Pocket Air Mini. Yo, too loud. What up, homie? What up? I was lurking in the stream while I was prepping for this one. I was checking I was listening about the robot, your hotel robot stories. That's crazy. Yeah. What color did I go for? I went for the watermelon red. The watermelon. It's I think that one. I don't personally own any transparent red ones. I've had the Flip 2 in teal, and I have the Odin 3 in transparent purple. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get the red, see what that's all about. It also looks pretty sweet. Like, I like how it's like a little bit watermelon-y, but it's also red, which is gonna be pretty sick. Transparent red. I wish it was a little more of like a ruby tone, kind of like more crimson-y, but again, you know, we'll see. I wish that they could show us sooner, like show us those colors with hands-on before pre-orders went up. But you know, that's it seems like they really just cobbled this whole thing together. This launch. Yeah. Russ, Derek the Menace, Russ's video compared, and it's just about the size of the 477M. Okay, so it's like a on the edge of pocketable. It's like solid size, large. You could squeeze it in your pocket. Might be a little weird, but yeah, all right. At the very least, it looks like it looks well-rounded. Looks like it's got a nice kind of general shape to it. I'm curious how the ergonomic optional grip on the back is. Hold on, let me see that. Size me up, chat. It's pretty similar. Yeah. Definitely, I think the Nova's gonna be a fair amount bigger, but like, maybe not by much. Should be pretty pockety. Now, oh, there we go. Next to a Retroid Pocket 6. Okay, so we can kind of size it up a little bit. Smaller, little bit taller. I like what I'm seeing. I like that size. Now, did anyone else notice? Man, these things are annoying. How do I disable that? I got this separate browser specifically so that we could like stream and I don't have anything logged in on it. But Zen browser, I don't know. It's a little funky. Somebody was mentioning in the chat earlier that there's potential problems with this screen or like suspicious looking things. Also, shout out in the chat if you see your comment somewhere here. I know a lot of us are pretty tapped in here. But also, how many people got the second screen add-on or are thinking about it because of this? I hope that I'm pretty sure that they started using a smaller cable. But man, this was crazy. Like, this was just diabolical for them to make the world's longest possible USB cable for their dual screen. Is it super top heavy, that dual screen? No, it's actually really light. A big reason why it's super light is because there's no processing really happening. There's no heavy processing happening here. It's very much just like a really thin accessory. It's like super. I'm pretty sure if I just kind of flop it around, it'll actually go up. It's got those couple lock points there. It's got a super long cable. This is the OG cable. I don't know if they have shorter ones these days. But no, the screen, the dual screen is actually super light. Psycho, how much would the Nova be? Let me show you. It's already for sale. So you can actually pick one up. If you want to support the channel and support me, I have a little pinned comment there. It has my affiliate link at no extra cost to you. But yeah, it starts at $229 for the solid colors. And then the transparent ones are $5 more at $234. This is before shipping too. The shipping is a little steep on these ones. If you include the case. I don't know how much it is without the case because I bought it with the case. And it was like $25 or 22. But a little bit on the steep side. But keep in mind, we are getting a custom display. So this is the first, like, they're not using, this isn't a commodity display that they've used on other stuff before, or like, you know, cell phones. The previous screen on the Mini was actually from the LG Wing. This little screen here, it's the same one on the Thor too. They bummed it off of the LG Wing. So, or that manufacturer, interestingly enough. So this time around, Retroid, they took out a second mortgage and they funded Operation Super Screen and made this custom 4.5 inch 4x3 120 hertz AMOLED display. It's so sick. It's literally everything on paper. It's like imagine if you ask any handheld aficionado YouTuber, whatever person, man, thing, what would be your perfect retro display? The specs would literally just be this screen here. Like, just, you know, it's 4 point something inches, high refresh rate, OLED screen, 4:3 aspect ratio, just pretty much just everything. because they made it custom. So that's pretty cool. But anyways, oh, come on, Botrix. Somebody get this clanker out of the chat here. DK Mike, 24. Yep. 36. Dude, the DHL one was gnarly. I usually prefer DHL because they're faster and more consistent with, like, you know, pretty much everything. Unixpress is fine. They're just a little slower. They take like sometimes up to like a couple weeks more. But that was back during like huge tariff days. So I don't know if they're snappier now. At Monto, could you please do another poll for who ordered a set of buttons? Ooh, I didn't even see that. They've got custom buttons. Oh man, I didn't even see this, dude. Fuck me. I would have gotten custom buttons. I want the buttons, man. I would do like, oh man, maybe I would do like teal buttons on the red. No, would that be tacky? These look sick. Oh man, you can just totally mix and match. Maybe like mixing purple and teal. I don't know. Am I out of pocket? Let me see. How many people even realized that there's all these custom things? I'll run a poll. Custom. Did you order custom stuff along with Nova? Yeah, exactly, Derek. Tacky in the best way. Yeah, so in a couple minutes, once we're done yapping, once I'm done just yapping up a storm about the Nova, we'll do a little bit of we'll start working on this Retroid Pocket Mini screen upgrade thingy. And I've got so many different things. Like, I'm telling you, if I saw those and I wasn't like out of breath running from my car like into my apartment 5 minutes late to the pre-order, man, if I just saw those, I totally would have ordered just a bunch of custom buttons. So that's what I have for the RP Mini here. So at least we can have fun with that, right? I've got like, you know, the couple different D-pads, all the buttons, got some like different colored joysticks and stuff. Yeah, it's like dealer's choice out here, you know what I'm saying? Just email them, they'll send you a $5 invoice. Ooh, yeah, maybe I'll just do that. They don't know I exist, by the way. they don't give a fuck about me. So hopefully, yeah, I'll just email support under my, like, you know, whatever email I ordered under, and hopefully they can add it. I got the $3 off because I bought a mini, so you know, in some ways, if I'm using Linus Tech Tips math, I'm only spending $2 for buttons. The clear with the red buttons would be sick. Yeah, let me imagine that. Yeah, clear, dude, clear with any splash of color is just sick. Like, this is a nice base color to just, it's like a nice little canvas. Anybody get the grip? Who be gripping out here? Any grippers? Grippers in the chat. Sound off if you're gripping that thing. That's so funny that they're still locked in on this dual screen add-on. Do people use this thing? Oh, I guess I have a collector's item here. They don't sell the purple anymore. They only sell black and translucent. So maybe, yeah, translucent. That's the last time they sold a translucent thing. Pretty cool. Yeah, and then they got the little Retroid dock. Pretty cool. Yo, what up, Skulls? You may pass on this. I feel you. There's a lot of handhelds these days. Are you a 4x3 guy? Do you like these true 4x3 handhelds? Or are you more of like a widescreen, you know, modern handheld fella? Let's take a look at yeah, I mean, everything, all these specs, like the 100,000 to 1 contrast ratio. It will literally melt your eyeballs. This display is hazardous. Oh man, you know what is sick? Is because it's 4x3. It's like playing DS on this. Now I see the vision. Playing DS and 3DS is gonna be so crispy. Because if you get the dual screen add-on, the top screen is 16:9. It's widescreen like the 3DS. I think, I don't know what aspect ratio the 3DS top screen is, but you get widescreen top screen, and then you get the 4x3 bottom screen. That's pretty sick for 3DS, man. That's pretty tight. Okay, so a lot of you guys, we got 62% no custom stuff with the Nova. I'm on that 62% as well, if I could vote. But yeah, I didn't even know that there was all that custom stuff. I think I just overlooked it, and I just picked up got the carrying case. It's compatible with the flat and the bumped shell, but it's not compatible with the grip. So that is an interesting little tidbit, is that it is strange that like some cases that Retroid and AYN do are grip compatible, and then other ones are not grip compatible, and like which ones are compatible with the grip, because there's some stuff where it's like, man, if I have to take the grip off every time I want to, you know, pack it with me and then carry the grip separately, that's just kind of weird and kind of a hassle. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, and the poll, 2/3 total domination of no Nova customness. Custom option photoshops. Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's what I did when I designed this. My custom Miu Mini from Lit NXT. They got the button size wrong, and I had to use an X-Acto knife to shave off the sides. So it doesn't exactly play too well, but it looks great. I made this Metroid Fusion theme in Photoshop, and then I sent it to them, and I was like, hey, can you guys print these buttons? And they did it, and it looks exactly like I imagined. So that's a great idea, to just kind of like, you know, use a little photo editor like Canva or Photoshop, and just mix and match these buttons, you know, see which ones work with which style. This is probably the easiest one to do. It's just like select the buttons and then, you know, drag them over which handheld you're looking at. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Checking out chat here. A Thor XL with the Nova screen at the bottom. Yo, 4.5-inch bottom screen. What size is the whatchamacallit? Neo Pocket DS specs. What are the screen sizes on the Pocket DS? Because this thing was big. Oh my dude, I can't stand Ioneo's website. It is built for phones at best. What we got? 7-inch screen up top. What's the bottom screen? 4x3. 5-inch 4x3. Okay, so just theorizing our brains. it would basically be like a Thor XL would kind of be like a Pocket DS, but maybe a little bit. Oh, they could use the Odin Portal screen, that 7-inch OLED screen on top, and then they could use the Nova 4.5-inch screen on the bottom and have a Pocket DS competitor. And then they put like an 8 Elite in there to separate it from the Thor, so they don't cannibalize the Thor. Barrix, can it run Breath of the Wild? Shut up, Clanker. Skulls, did you get one, Monto? Yes, I did. I got one a couple minutes late after the pre-order started, but I ended up picking up the watermelon because this red looks pretty sick. I wish it was more crimson-y, more like deep and rich and ruby. But I'll take this this kind of like watermelon red. It looks sweet. I want to eat it. I want to put it in my mouth. Thor XL with an 8 Elite is wild, dude. It would be like, that's bring me that and we can finally say endgame. Like, that would be crazy. Yeah, Leaf, it just came out at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 hours ago. I was planning on streaming when it actually came out, but I got home late, and I myself was late to the pre-order. So anyways, this boy cooking. At Monto, did you just get here, lol? You only saw the buttons. You actually looked at. Checking out chat here. Skulls, you were gonna get one for your GF, but give that it's low in space and high. Yeah, micro SD cards are steep these days. Oh man, I've been reusing micro SD cards. I've been nabbing them from different handhelds and just doing my best to hold out on buying new stuff because it is all so steep. Like the stream, by the way, just like Bauer said, like the stream if you like the stream. Band cheapest 1 terabyte you can find is 135. That's not terrible, but that's like, it's like 30 to 40 more than it should be, so like 50% more than it should be. 135, yeah, it's like that's fair these days, I guess. Still, that's like half the price of the handheld you'd be using it on. That's crazy. D-pad looks great. Yes, it is great. It's the same one. I'm assuming that it's the same one as the RP6 here. Vita style, dome switch, super clicky. Great, like great for precision, great for comfort. Just pretty much solid across the board. And those face buttons look the same too. Same with the joysticks. It's those kinds of decisions where I'm like, I'm totally fine with them just using, the same parts. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped here. RGB, sure, pretty standard. Nothing too crazy. Poncho could only show for one company, it'd be Pow Kitty. Let me tell you something, young man. Let me tell you something. I got your Pal Kitty right here, Buster. I put it in my mouth. Look at this little piece of shit. Want me to do a hinge test on it? Want me to do the Miu hinge test? The Miu headquarters hinge test, where they were like, our hinges work fine. Look at us flip it 20 times. It's like, what do you mean? You proved nothing. Good thing shilling ain't exclusive. Amen, Derek. That's what I've been saying. All right, we're gonna keep talking about the Nova, but we're also gonna pivot into a little bit of a a little bit of a Pocket Mini repair kind of thing, just to give me something to do with my hands. So it's not just, I'm not just staring at a screen. But check this out. I'm still here, baby. I'm still here. Did you miss me? Now, one thing that I did neglect to do was, yep, there I go. Chat, you're back. There we go. What's up? How we doing? Don't check your DMs right now. What is that supposed to mean, young man? What is that supposed to mean? A Retroid Pocket Mini. Look at this thing. Look at this little thing. Man, okay, so here's something that'll really date it. That'll really date my use of the Pocket Mini here. Look at the Switch emulators that I was using. Yuzu, Soyu, and Skyline Edge. That's right. That's 2025. Peak 2025 right there. when we didn't have Eden and we were just scrapping along with 3 different Switch emulators to get any sort of performance out of this little handheld here. We were doing the same on the Retroid Pocket 5. It was tough days. Same with Winlater there too. Brutal. Anyways, let me find the right exposure balance here. Pepperidge Farm remembers. So this is what you're witnessing here is my last foray with this Retroid Pocket Mini V1, because we're gonna put it through a transformation process and turned it into a V2, and that means flashing everything, including the entire firmware and all that stuff. So I mean, honestly, like, when I was actually using this Retroid Mini, I didn't mind the screen itself. It was just huge bezels. Like, by modern standards, this thing has huge bezels. And the screen in the same way feels pretty tiny because of that. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I think there's a bug with Double Dash that we got to run it with OpenGL to get it to not be a. Yeah, rip beautiful Saturn colorway. That is for sure. But however, you know, there's a silver lining, and that is that we have all kinds of custom buttons and D-pads that we can noodle around with to make the ultimate Retroid Mini V2. And I know I just hear from everybody who bought a V2 or bought the upgrade or whatever, that it just feels better. And I do like having the full screen on the Retroid Classic. Like, having that full screen is just sick. I don't know what is going on here. Maybe I got to use like hybrid Uber shaders or something like that. Let's see. We're gonna get Mario Kart Double Dash hybrid Uber shaders. Yo, what up, Matt? What about Bands Noodle? Who you calling Bands Noodle? What do you mean by Bands Noodle? Derek the Menace Xbox Ally says, "Hold my beer." That is crazy. Let's see if we can get you running here. Dude, none of them want. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's like something with my SD card not being in the right, like, you know, thing or something. Maybe let's go Wind Waker, and then we'll zoom in for now. That's a little close, don't you think? A classic little Wind Waker. Time to put Isu on that thing. That's what I'm saying. How much time I got in this game? 24 hours? Sounds about right. I don't know if I actually have 24, if I just like left it on. Oh, this is the original version of Wind Waker 2. This isn't even better Wind Waker because it's got the inverted C stick. Oh, the inverted C stick was brutal. What up, DR man? How you doing, Big Mike? Pleasure to have RH Legend in the chat. Honestly, the 865 on a handheld of this size was pretty sweet when it came out. I was kind of geeking because we were playing like Fallout 3 on this little thing. The 865 is a really competent chipset, like especially for a handheld this size. So I'm pretty excited to get to actually be able to like use the full screen. Now I'm not excited to use inverted camera controls on this thing because inverted camera is very 2000s. Oh, brother. Any of you guys inverted camera fans in the chat? Pilot style. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so here's another thing, right? The white aesthetically looks great, but when you're playing a game, you really see the bezels. The bezels are huge. Because black is slimming, but white is thicking. Something like that. It is thick. It makes you really see like how small and just boxed in that the actual game is. And one thing that we can actually do when we turn this thing into a Mini V2 is we can use widescreen hacks to do the opposite of widescreen to make it fill vertically, which will be pretty sweet. Now, I want to get too deep into Wind Waker. You know what I do want to do actually is back up my save because now I realize that I was deep. I almost just wiped a 24-hour save. So maybe let me go ahead and back up those dolphin saves. Let's see where would I keep them stashed. There we go. Put that on the SD card. Ka-chow. GC backup. Derek, Xbox Ally bezels. Oh man, I used the Xbox Ally once at CES this year, and I was like, whoa, this screen is bad. This screen is not built for a showroom floor with tons of overhead lights and chandeliers. Oh man. Best bezel per dollar ratio is crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see if I got any other saves that I need to nab off this thing. I think we're pretty much good. I haven't touched this handheld in quite a long time. And you can tell because, you know, I was switching around SD cards too. God damn. Yeah, I definitely was. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when SD card prices go to the freaking super ceiling and roof. And actually, wait. Let me set it to the SD card. Yeah, and then we can set that to ROMs, and then skip. Understand. Let's see what theme I got on here. If it's default theme, then you know that I was down bad, man. Using this art book next theme. This is vintage. This is a vintage handheld. The Xbox Ally it really does feel cheap. That was one thing that really surprised me about it. All right, what do you guys say we start doing the deed, huh? It's about time to lock in and start repairing, old man. Now I'm gonna pull up a little guide on my phone. I heard that it takes anywhere from 1 to 2 hours for like a normal person. I would say I'm default loadout, pretty normal. So let's see how we can do this thing. All right, let me look up Retroid Pocket Mini Teardown. Yeah. I'm gonna just tuck that right out of frame here. Right there. Oh. All right. One thing I gotta do. We gotta bust out the anti-static. We gotta get anti-static in here. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a little janky, y'all. Yeah. Look at that thing. ESTE is so this last February. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, Derek. Isu's the wave, old man. Get with it or get lost. You think Cocoon is cool? Cocoon, you're still using Cocoon, old man? Come on. Whatever. Cocoon schmacoon, you know what I mean? So first things first, let's get rid of this SD card. And tuck that to the side. And then we gotta bust out our little thing. Toolies on deck. Jet, yeah, Matt, you're an ESTE head. I feel that. I think that's valid. ESTE is a great, like, just basic, you know, like solid foundational front end. No frills. It's, I like it better than like Daiji Show. Some of the other ones like that. I think that ESDs, I don't know if it's still worth like, you know, $5 or $6 these days with all the alternative like free front ends. But it's pretty good. Still great. Now, where'd I put my toolkit? They gave me that toolkit right there. Let's see what screws we got. Beacon launcher. I feel that, man. Beacon's solid. Have you tried RetroHanDHeld? RetroHanDHeld is basically a free version of Beacon launcher. It's very interesting. It's literally like the exact same thing, but free, which is crazy to think about. First guess. Let's go. Let's go. I'll try not to make this just like an entirely POV of my fingers. RP Mini was a pita for you to, I'm assuming you mean a bitch for you to pry open. I don't know what a pita for you. Yeah, I feel that. I heard, if anybody has any tips in the chat on tearing this thing down. I know that there's something about the like cable. There's like I think it's like a speaker cable or something at some point. It's a little tricky. Let's see. All right, guitar pick time. It's time to rip a solo. You know what I'm saying? Go time. Let's see. I might just be borking this whole thing too. Who knows? Yeah, 4 screws. I think that's right. Probably here. What do we think? Do we start yoinking? I'm watching this thing, watching this tutorial off screen here. Looks like it's just a matter of just kind of wiggling and persistence. I don't want to fuck up the SD card slot. Oh, there we go. It's starting to give a little bit. Take off the triggers. Do I take off the triggers first? Where do I start prying? How do I take off the triggers? What chip does the Nova have? The Nova has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. It's the same one as the higher end Thor, the Retroid Pocket 6, the Odin 2 and Odin 2 Portal series. It's just kind of the gold standard of chips. Very good choice. Oh, I'm carving that thing up a little bit. Oh, I feel it's starting to give. Yeah. I might ship the guitar pick if I keep doing that. All right, we've reached an impasse. I'm gonna go back. Who knew the 8 Gen 2 would be the new 3326? That's what I'm saying. This guy gets it. Let me turn on. Start working your way gently around here. All right. We're starting to get there. I wouldn't say this is gentle, but... Oh, yeah. Let's go. We're starting to get it. Oh, brother. This thing is stubborn. Should I just pry? Yeah. Yeah. Just fucking rip it. Just rip that thing. I feel like I'm a caveman just smacking my head against a wall. Is this the hardest part? I hope this is the hardest part. All right. Let's get tactical. Yep. Just like that. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Just like that. Master at work. I'm gonna snap this thing all the way up. Is this what they wanted people to do? God damn. Oh! Nova with the dual screen attachment is gonna be fire. Yeah. Yeah. 4x3 with the 16:9 on top. That's a 3DS machine right there. 8 Gen 2 as well. Upscale that 3DS to 3 times resolution, no problemo. Okay, there's got to be a better way of doing this, huh? Right? Let me pull up Retroid's official video. Let's see how they did it. Retroid Pocket Mini official tear down repair. Is this the actual thing, or is this just a Nitrix like preview video? Oh, tear that thing open. Yeah, he did. Holy. Okay. Yep, unscrew super fast. Yo. Yo. Who needs a freaking spudger? Who needs a guitar pick? God, I just gotta get my mitts right. Holy. Yo. Yo. No wonder I'm slacking. Look at those claws. Look at those claws. Damn. I guess putting me to shame here. All right. So I'm just not giving it my all, huh? I'm just not doing enough. Okay. God. I'm just dreaming of those claws. Oh. That hurt a little bit. All right. No problemo. Let's get a guitar pick in there. Yeah. Oh, we're starting to get him. Yeah. Here it is. All right. We've got progress. Oh. Camera overheated. The camera did in fact overheat. What are we gonna do about that? I'll show you. I have a tactical strategy. I'm not afraid to use it. Tiny fan. Tiny fan for tiny camera. I just gotta kick it into maximum overdrive here. Oh, just gotta freaking. Just gotta get it right. Oh. Yep, just like that, and then. All right, that should work. In the meantime, I'm just gonna keep plucking away. Monto with the delicate fingers. That's what they called me, man. That's how they made fun of me in freaking grade school, dude. They said, "Look at you. You don't have claws like us. You don't have the MSI claws like us. We got big claws." Then they scratched my face. I went to school with the werewolves. Should I just freaking... Should I just rip? Ah, Byrix, not now, dude. Not now, Byrix. Guys, I'm making progress. I might be breaking the shell though. Oh. This is how you really gotta do it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Jesus. Come on, bro. Pop it. That lowers on the house. Oh yeah. Oh, we're so freaking close, dude. Yo, I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you. Back to what I was doing. All right. Fuck, I'm gonna break it. Never liked the audio on the RP Mini. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I noticed that too. I actually, on my full length, deep dive mini review, I did this like audio test to show the frequency response of it. And it was very boxy, heavy in the mids from what I remember, compared to like a more natural spread out frequency response where it can cover like all of the sound frequencies. The Mini was very much just like pumping audio through a little box. Okay, that gives me hope, Ralphie. Dude, I'm so close. Look at this shit. We're freaking close. We're freaking close. Just the bottom. It's like they glued it together or something. All right, back to the overhead. Let's see if it can stay on. What's playing on TV in the background? Let's take a gander. Metroid Desolation. It's a ROM hack of Metroid Zero Mission that ties in bosses from a couple different Metroid games. I think Zero Mission, Fusion. Maybe they added in custom bosses too. I don't remember. I just remember it's like a very non-linear Metroid game. Super fun. I enjoyed it a lot. It forced me to become a better Metroid player. I had to learn shine sparking, like chain sparking. I already knew IBJ wall jumps. I had to learn wall jumps to like get all of the, you know, all of the goodies and stuff. So check this out. This is the progress that we've made. I know I'm stuck at step 1 here, but I feel like I'm getting there. I feel like I'm like, you know, I'm prying. I'm barking up the right tree. So now that I've got that open, I just gotta start busting this bottom part open here. Just really carving up this guitar pick. Okay, we're popping clips. Oh, so close. Yep. Come on now. Did I start Golden Sun? I have not started Golden Sun. Instead, I got sidetracked by other games like Nubby's Number Factory on Android. I've been playing it on my RG Rotate, and it's been really fun. All right. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Of me just decimating one of the more rare Retroid products. Because it's not in circulation. There we go. Let's go. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Come on, Dubs in the chat. We got it open. Fucking finally. Oh, man. That is clean, though. Come on now. That is very clean looking. Holy smoke. They really packed a ton into this handheld. God damn. Yo. Okay. All right. Got the dangly bits. Tuck that to the side. Damn, this is nice. All right, step 1 complete. Let's go. Yo, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Leaf Sleeve. That's what I'm here for. I appreciate that. I too am quite stressed at times, and hanging out on stream actually also take some of my stress off too. I love hanging with everybody. I don't have it already, so sit in your bidet. Sit in your bidet. This is the Retroid Pocket Mini, not the Nova. We checked out the Nova at the beginning of stream. You can rewind it. We'll be talking about it periodically throughout stream too, because I'm obsessed with it. But this is a different handheld. This is the Pocket Mini. It's a handheld that Retroid doesn't sell anymore, and it's probably the closest, like, it's the last handheld that they made with a 4:3 aspect ratio. Actually, no, because they made the Retroid Classic, and they used the same screen, but they didn't make it 4:3. So technically, this is the last 4:3 Retroid handheld. City like City. Oh, City. Can you write it phonetically, like how I should pronounce it? I'm a little bit dyslexic on stream, not gonna lie. All right, enough admiring the beautiful work here. Look at this. I kind of carved this thing up. Yeah, took some chunks out of that. Everyone loves a 31:27. It's the most common retro aspect ratio. Everybody knows 31:27 is the best ratio of all time ever. Okay, so what do we do next? Now that we got here, we got to remove the battery. Once the device is open, disconnect the battery so we don't risk shorting out components. Okay. Peel. Oh, look at that. Got a little R. For Retroid. For rocking out. Oh, did I break the tape? A little bit. All right, what's up next? Probably tuck that one over here. Rocking out. LG Wing and the Retroid Rotate win. Oh man, a Retroid Rotate? Dude, don't get me excited like that. Man, I would love if Retroid made a little cubey boy like the RG Rotate. That thing is so much fun. Okay, take the remove the top screws on the fan. Roger that. So are these the same screws? TBD. What's the other screw? This little fella. I can use some tweezers to get that thing out. So we want to get all up in there. Sure. All right. Just kind of fell out, but all right. Covers you think are next. Nice. Thanks, coach. 9:32 aspect ratio is absolutely perfect. 9:32. F it, double the 16. Super widescreen. That would be kind of sick. Imagine a handheld with like with ultra wide. Okay, so we got the fan out. Next, remove the 3 remaining screws, I'm assuming. And this little thing. Are these deeper than the other screws? They feel a little, no, more or less the same. Gulp. I should have put on a speed running timer. Oh. World's slowest Retroid Mini screen upgrade. World's slowest Retroid Mini screen upgrade. Step 1, start a year after you receive it. Step 2, take 20 to 30 minutes to take off the plastic shell. Yo, what up? Alexander Pierce, how you doing, homie? Nice to see you. I see you got YouTube in your name. Hope the YouTubes be tubing. To remove heatsink, gotta remove the, we gotta remove this first. And then plant it. Love Kirby music. It's a vibe. Positively a vibe. What do we got next here? I see a little screw. See a little sneaky sticker hiding something. What you hide in Retroid? It's a screw! I knew it! We've unmasked the screw. That's easy. Buttons. Shad, you overslept, but you got the order in. I was only a couple minutes late. At least you got the order in though. I don't think they'll run out of stock. I think they'll ship them all more or less at the same time. 8 gig 16-bit color, nice. Yeah, I think that the 8-bit is more than enough. Like, you know, or the 8 gig is a solid amount of RAM. You know, for all of the retro stuff. You know, when it comes to Windows emulation, that's when you might need the 12 gigs to accommodate for running those containers and stuff. But for everything below that, even a lot of Switch games, you don't need more than 8 gigs. I have the Retroid Pocket 6 with 8 gigs of RAM, and it's been great. Windows emulation struggles a little bit because I think that it's bottlenecked by that 8 gigs of RAM, and you know, it just has to run like a whole container and everything too. There's not, I don't think that the translation layers are quite as smooth and flawless as we're looking for. Okay, what's next? Got those screws out. Shipping was rough, Matt. Dude, yeah. For me, Matt, it was 22 for Unixpress. I couldn't bring myself to pay for DHL. I know I probably should have in hindsight. It was only like, I think it was a lot. I think it was like, yeah, it was probably 35, 40 bucks for DHL. What are we gonna play on the Mini? I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out. I think that I'm probably gonna play personally some GameCube and maybe some like Fallout 3 and stuff like that. I want to figure out some games that I can play that would max out, maybe some Android games for that like full screen experience. But I found out right before stream that apparently you have to reflash the entire operating system, and Retroid doesn't provide a good guide on how to do that. So we might only get through the like, you know, the upgrade, the hardware upgrade by the end of stream. And then I'll probably do the software stuff. I'll probably smack my head against my computer for a couple hours off stream. But I wanted to do this live so that we could all kind of pick the colors together. And I also wanted an excuse to yap about the Retroid Nova. I'm just gonna stretch PSP for the screen. Come on. Don't be spreading lies like that. Don't be slandering my good name, man. Yeah, I haven't done the software update. Did I have to do that beforehand? Did I have to do that before I tore everything apart? Should I stop and do everything now? I just assumed it would work. I didn't know there's an order of operations ban. Let me know, ban. Let me know if I need to. You should probably look that up if you should do it first. You don't think the screen works on the older OS. All right, that's what I kind of figured, that that there would be a little bit of like screen bugging, but I figured that like I could just do the repair first. I saw that somebody Retroid Pocket RP Mini screen update grade tips Reddit. I saw somebody made like a Reddit post about this. Follow it. Step 1. Open the device. Step 2. Hair dryer or X-Acto knife. I got an X-Acto knife. Yeah, that's what I thought, Matt. I thought that the software upgrade is after, because I figured that I would upgrade this. I would do the new screen and then upgrade the software. This was all, by the way, this was all like 5 or 10 minutes before stream, because I thought that I thought this was going to be easy breezy cover girl. Step 3. It seems like it's still repairing, you know, the stuff. And then step 4, flashing process is the biggest pain. This was what I was reading before stream. Retroid put out this video, which is lackluster. Doesn't tell you prerequisites. You gotta download some stuff. I downloaded the stuff, and then there's a Retro Handheld's rh.gg article. I should get a ad blocker for Zen browser here. Yeah, so after I think you can do it after the upgrade, maybe. TBD. Yeah, I just got like flash the firmware. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know. We're all in this together, man. If I flop and my device becomes unusable, you hold partial liability. So I'm the captain of this ship, but you're my skipper. If we're sinking, we're going down together, man. Russ's RP Mini screen replacement has the software after the teardown. Okay, nice. Sweet. So, nice. We're doing good then. We're doing good. Teardown, then software. Roger that. So anyways, we've got those 4 screws off. And then thermal pad, let's just kind of pry a little bit. Look at that. Came right off. Good job. And then now I need my trusty spudger. Who you think you spudging with? Spudging with a you're reading the map upside down, Ben. It wasn't a funnel. It was a pyramid the whole time. This scheme wasn't a funnel. I thought it was supposed to be a money funnel, but it was a pyramid. All right, I got a little spudger. Let me see if I can find a. This spudger's a little bit sharp looking. I don't want to snap anything. I don't know. Maybe we risk it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a little sharp. Well, you know, hopefully it's not too shabby. East? I thought you said west. West? I'm doing good, Alexander Pierce. We're chilling, man. We're partially through this little tear down here. Just have to completely dismantle the entire product to get to the innards. Ban Dazzling Rainbow ban is the drunk friend that can't figure out how to get home right now. That's what I'm saying. W for Wumbo. Facts. W's in the chat for Wumbo. Now, what am I doing here? I see a little tab. Disconnect the ribbon cable. Okay. Let me get a little close up here. Looks like it's a pin based. Yeah, super easy. All right. Don't use the flaps to try and pull out the. Gotcha. Roger that. I thought you said west. There's a lot of goo. It's a lot of adhesives. Who's a goo head in the chat? Sound off. If you're a fan of adhesives, let me see your hands. Don't stab the battery like a shish kebab. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fluffy like a marshmallow. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. I repeat, 1 a.m. You know what that means? You know what 1 a.m. means? Let me tell you, unfortunately. We're locking in, chat. We are locking in. And that means... we're locking in. 1 a.m. Let me see those water bottles. Lock in, hydrate. Oh shit. So nice, I had to play it twice. Damn right, Bam. Double locks in Shaq. Come on, let me see him. Locks. Lock emoji. Ba, ba, ba. But the hamster view ban. Talking about this one. Just POV near my forehead. Alright, anyways. Enough goofing around. Make sure that... check this out, by the way. Is it magic? Look at me like that. My live stream producer they know what they do. They know what they're doing. This is how you know I have a live stream producer. Anyways. Never seen Bruce Wayne and Batman same room at the same time. Wait a minute. Oh, anyways. Back to the task at hand here. That's what I like to see. Good locks in the chat. Lock in. You're about to ban. I'm sorry. You're gonna what? Ben, you're going to what? Right on this flaccid keyboard? Get out of here, bro. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying, Mike. Pedals are a conspiracy. Pedal? I barely know her. You know the one. You saw the flap. I did. I did, bro. I saw that. All right. Let's get this battery out. Shish kebab style. Is there more keeping this thing in? Am I dumbass? Am I dumb or stupid? Can it run Breath of the Wild? I don't know. Can you stop eating nuts and bolts? Botrix? Lock in, spend 5 minutes shooting the shit. Don't listen, man. I didn't say how. I didn't say what we were locking it on. I was locking in shooting the shit. Okay, now I see what he means. These are perforated. There's also this like cable that I don't want to fuck with. I'll just tuck that to the side. And then it looks like, all right, the battery will take a lot of force. You'll feel like you're breaking your device. Well, that's easy for me, dude. It's my favorite feeling in the world. Oh. Okay. It's just a little adhesive. It's not a rip. It's not a rip in the battery. It's just a little bit of adhesive. Do not worry, y'all. We're good. Called the Nintendo Switch 2 grip with finger grooves. Oh, they're a little grippy grip for the Switch 2. Switch 2 needs a grip, man. I can't play it handheld mode. My hands get cramped up. It's too thin, too slim. Well, that already came out. Okay, easy enough. Let's keep it moving. Hey, how's everyone doing in the chat? Quick vibe check. You doing all right? There's something that's very relaxing about completely dismantling a device. And then there's something that's equally stressful about trying to put it back together and realizing that you fucked something up. Something I'm quite familiar with, as I've broken many devices, including the PSP. Vibing. Our minds are synchronized on the vibes. Banjo. Oh, you designed one, Leaf Sleeve. Hell yeah. Is it like a 3D printed thingy? That sounds sick. Designing a little grippy. Okay, so these are both. That makes sense. These are both speakers. You know what? Maybe once I'm done upgrading this and with the software and stuff too, I'll do a little James DSP on the speakers to get them to sound better, because they sounded very boxy. I was not a fan of the Retroid Mini EQ. I think Retroid and AYN, they learned a lot about EQing like boxy speakers over the last year or so. Because it's just like they just need to EQ them better. Yeah, it's purely a hardware thing, or software. Not purely, but you know what I mean. Get that dang screw out of there. Actually, it doesn't really matter. Yoink. Come on, yoink that thing. Yoink that dang thing. Oh no. And then that should just kind of like a little button down there. Ka-chow. It's weird that this one has a button, but that one doesn't. I don't know, man. Something's a little suspicious, if you ask me. Something suspicious going on. Nice, Leaf. It's available to download on Maker's World. Hell yeah. Banjo-Kazooie. Yes, sir. Ralphie, you trying to convince yourself that an extra 512 gig card will be enough for the Nova. You know you'll cave and drop 150 on a 1 terabyte. That's how it always goes. It's just we end up like getting a 512 and then realizing that we're installing so many goddamn games. Are you big into like the larger games like PS3 and Switch and Windows emulation? Or are you more into just having a ton of that like GameCube, PS2 era, just stacking up a whole library full of those? Okay, so we got those speakers out. How's this doing over here? Yep, right. We got 3 screws because this one, I'm gonna go crazy if I feel like I lost that screw. Ah. This is an emergency vibe check. I need to know the vibes. Art thou vibing? No downloads so far, but you remain hopeful. That's a good attitude. I feel like the Switch 2 is probably very saturated with like people making different stuff. I don't know how Maker's World works, so I wish you luck though. That sounds cool. If I had a 3D printer, I would print one. I'd be the first download. Yo, let's go, Alexander Pierce. You beat Dread Mode on Metroid Dread. That's crazy. Dread Mode is wild. Very impressive. Okay. We got the speakers out. Oh, I accidentally pulled up my own stream. That's cool. Gulp. Next up. Oh. All right. We got the speakers. Now what do we do? What's up next? Action buttons. How do you do that? Use a spudger to pop off the... Okay. Use a spudger to pop off the thingies. Whoa! That's fun. I gotta say, putting these, taking this apart gives me a lot of appreciation for the assembly of these handhelds. This is a pretty impressive, engineering. Ew. That's my head. Sorry you had to see that. Let's clean that up a little bit. Put that over there. And, Ralphie probably go with a ton of HD texture packs. Yeah. Can you install HD texture packs on the external storage? That'd be sweet. Lots of Gen 5, 6, 3DS, Switch, 4x3 PC games. Hell yeah. Fallout 3 and I think New Vegas also they're in that 4x3 generation. So around that time there's a lot of those 4x3 era games. Xbox 360 like generation. There's a good amount of overlap. All right, so we got those triggers off. Now take off the trifecta of screws. Also, let me know if the if you want the music a little louder, a little lower. I'm zoning. I'm in the auto zone. You know what I'm saying? This Retroid Teardown was brought to you by AutoZone, JD Power and Associates, best in class. Can the rotate run New Vegas? I don't think it can. And even the analog stick games, or even the like, you know, decently powerful games that the rotate can run, it doesn't have any analog sticks, so it's it's a challenge. Like I was trying, like it can technically run that Twilight Princess port, Dusklight, but I got stuck at the part where you start to need to use the C stick for fishing. I just need to like remap the controls, I guess, to accommodate for that. All right. Ford Truck Month. Brought to you by Banjo. All right, what do we got? We got those screws out. Oh, I gotta take the bottom ones too. Salute. Salute to you. Astral is off the chain. Ralphie, it was fun setting up N-Gage on the rotate. That's a great idea. I should check that out. I was eyeballing, I was looking at an N-Gage at PAX East, because I got there on the last day and there wasn't a whole lot of stuff left over, but there was an N-Gage new in box. Guess how much they were asking for it? $250 US for an N-Gage. Maybe it was more actually, but I know it was like, it was in the 200s. It was really expensive. And I was just like, yep, exactly. Jiggy Mike, you nailed it. You nailed it. $250 for that little N-Gage. So then I started window shopping on eBay for one, and then I of course just talked myself off the ledge. I was like, why do I need an N-Gage? I will make one video on it and then it will be a decoration. A great decoration, but a decoration nonetheless. However, you know what I did buy recently that I spent an equivalent amount of money, actually more? A new 3DS. I never owned a new 3DS. It was about $300 after shipping. Look at that. Didn't realize how scuffed up it was. The photos were a little blurry. It's got a nice scuff right there. It's like somebody took a bite out of it. But I've yet to turn it on. It just showed up today. Y'all want to check it out together? Ooh, the buttons are low, super low profile. Oh! Man, I knew you were hungry, dude. I told you we were gonna stop at a McDonald's on the way home, dude. God damn. 3D activate. Dude, why does everybody in my Thor review, everybody was like, it's not a 3DS, it doesn't have 3D, and I'm like, well, yeah, I know, but do you really want the 3D from the 3DS? You want that 3D on a Thor? I would much rather just take a great screen without 3D. And also 3DS sounds cooler than 2DS. 2DS just sounds like a bootleg 3DS. And it's also the 2DS was just a wedge when it came out. That thing was crazy. This is pretty nice. I also ordered a stylus and stuff. I'm gonna play so much freaking 3DS Minecraft on this thing, you won't even know it. Anyways, back to the... I'm locked in, I swear. Autobots. New 2DS XL was based. Dude, that's why I got the Minecraft new 2DS XL. New 2DS LL. Minecraft edition. Thing even got a Minecraft stylus. No, it doesn't. It's just a black stylus. But it is ribbed for our pleasure. Yeah, dude, it's so... It was honestly, like, when I bought it, I was like, this is a lot of money. It was 235 or 240 bucks. But in hindsight, probably the best 250 I've ever spent. I am in love with it. I played it a lot. And then nowadays, it's just a reminder of how cool handheld designs can actually be. Like, completely based. That's the equivalent of like Nintendo making just a Goomba DS. It's just like a giant Goomba head. Just Leaves Leaf, what was your last giveaway? My last giveaway was my first giveaway with the Absolute M4 controllers. I was actually I've been looking into a way to do it live on stream. So I think I found a way to do it. I just need to test it, and then if it works, then we'll do a stream giveaway at some point, sometime. I got some stuff I want to give away. This is one of it. Powkitty X35H. I just kind of look at like the handhelds and this, you know, see which ones I probably won't pick up again, and then I'll just give that away. Yeah. No need for it to... I'd rather give it to somebody who would put it to use. You know what I mean? All right, so we got those. They should have done more silly Switch designs. Absolutely. That kind of summarizes the whole Switch generation. They took it very, very seriously. And they could have done what the 3DS did, taken it seriously, but also had fun with the designs. And there wasn't too many fun Switch designs. They were very like expected. All right, pull the joystick cap off. I forgot we could just remove the joystick caps. Dude, I totally might swap the joystick caps after we upgrade this thing. Okay, so we've got those. Now we can disconnect the ribbon cable. How do we want to do it? Want to spudge it? Like a little spudger. Spudging it up all spudgy way. Kids yearn. They yearn for the mines. Dude, 3DS prices are absolutely bananas. A lot of people were talking, rightfully so, about how expensive the Thor is. But brother man, have you seen the prices of 3DSs? They are outlandish. Unruly. The Thor is expensive, but 3DSs are not cheap either. It is quite a, you know, quite comparable values. I would argue that the Thor is actually pretty damn sick. It's pretty damn great value, but they just keep raising the price. It's crazy. It's like every time I blink, price hike. I am so shocked that the Odin 2 portal is still in stock. I might actually cave at some point and buy an Odin 2 portal base model. Based edition. Okay, let's tuck these. No, there's no lock on this one, I think. Is that so? Let me get a closer look at this. Oh, there is. So with these ribbon cables, you just need to like flip them like a latch. It's like a latch that kind of provides friction and keeps it from popping out. Just pop it up, and that's how you take it out. I learned that the hard way on some of my first repairs, that ribbon cables are actually locked in place by latch mechanism. Leaf, you should try the Bixie Loot M4 on the rotate. I gave away both my M4s, so I cannot and I will not buy another one. That would be fun though. That would be very quirky, and that is right up my alley. And it might be up yours, as Sujana would say. Let me check out chat real quick. Also, what up, all 30 y'all? I hope you're having a wonderful time. Morning, afternoon, evening, dawn, dusk, sunrise, sunset, witching hour, wherever you are at in the world. Hope you're having a vibe. I'm vibing. We're vibing. We're slowly chipping away at this as I keep constantly getting distracted, because that's welcome to my house where I get distracted every second. Well, let me check out chat here. He's gonna give away his GKD Pixel. Shut the fuck up, man. Absolutely not, brother. Actually, no, you're not entirely incorrect. I have 2 Pixels, and I could probably, in a world, there's a way that I could lose one of them and not be fully upset. So maybe that happens in a giveaway. I don't know. We'll see. Splatoon Switch OLED was the best Switch 1 design. I don't know what it looks like, bruh. I'll check it out at some point, maybe. I don't like... That's the thing with the Switch 1, though. That screen is ass. The Switch OLED, like, saved that device. I mean, it's a great device. Like, don't get me wrong. I have a hacked Switch 1. It's banned. It's banned online. You know a thing or two about ban. Mr. Ban. Ban get banned with the ban hammer. Dazzling Rainbow. Are you gonna do the quiet button mod? What is that? How do I quiet button mod? Maybe we'll look that up. Sure. F it, dude. This can be a total Frankenstein. Like, this is the world is our oyster. Ban has been banned from his name before. That's unlucky. That's a skill issue. That's not luck, bro. Ajika Mike. Being a child therapist gives you too much insight for what the kids want for video games. You almost recommended Thor. Dude, that's the thing, man. It's like spreading the good word of the Thor. It's hard to resist. I like to give myself a reality check sometimes and like show my friends who don't know anything about handhelds. I just show them like the latest handheld and kind of just like observe like a fly on the wall. And it's always so funny how much of a like a kind of snow globe that we live in this handheld space, where we're just like, oh yeah, just run GameCube on Dolphin. Yeah, if Vulkan isn't working, just change it to OpenGL. They're like, normal people are like, I'm sorry, what? So I'm like, oh right, I'm a complete and utter dweeb, so allow me to do this for you. Yeah, and like with 3DS emulation, it's like, oh yeah, just set the shaders to async shaders and to precompile, you know, before you start gaming. It'll give you a smoother experience. They're like that. Did you just cast a hex on me? Pokemon X or Paper Mario Sticker Star. Yeah. Oh, Giga Mike. Hell yeah, dude. Well, if you head out, let me know. I'll catch you on the next one, homie. It was a pleasure hanging with you. House giveaway coming soon. I don't even own the house. I would have to own it to give it away. Maybe that's 4D chess I could play with my landlord. Is convince him to give it away and then reverse the giveaway back to myself instead of him. That's how I do it. Longer stick caps. I'm sorry, what? Like Odin 3 style? That'd be pretty sick. You got to trim the button membranes. Ooh, Russ has a video on it. Yeah, F it, dude. Let's yeah, remind me when we get to that point. We'll totally do that. I'm down to chew it up a little bit. Okay, so we got the analog sticks out. Now back to business here. Once you remove the joystick modules, there are screws underneath that. Yes, there are. Any guys in the chat like anime, perhaps? Any anime heads? I've been watching a lot of anime. Have my whole life, but I'm single these days. So that means more anime time for Monto. More anime time for this guy. Been watching a whole lot of Tokyo Ghoul. I accidentally went season 1 to season 3 because the naming scheme of Tokyo Ghoul seasons is actually brain dead. So I watched season 1 and then I watched season 3 and now I'm watching season 2. And season 3 is the worst season, so at least it's uphill from here. Found that out the hard way. I was like, oh, I thought that season 2 was supposed to be good and then season 3 was bad, but this is just bad. Turns out it was season 3. What up, ladies? Leave? Yeah. Anime in the house. I've been big on I liked JJK before the Culling game. The Culling game, I started watching it and I was just confused. So I was kind of fell off of that. And then I watched Chainsaw Man, which was fun, really sweet. Went from that to Dodo Hidoro, which is crazy animation style. And then I watched oh man, I watched Bungo Stray Dogs. Really enjoyed that. For the most part, it was a little tropey at times, but pretty solid. I'm into those kinds of like, you know, like power fantasy animes in a way. Not like the full-blown like Naruto clone ones, but like a, you know, JJK kind of vibe. Good battle scenes. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Botrix, shit, get back in your clanker cage, Botrix. You need random game recommendations, Leaf. Random game recommendations. Nubby's Number Factory on the RG Rotate. It is a roguelite that's kind of like Peggle, but has a really stupid and weird sense of humor, and it's really, really fun, especially on the Rotate. The indie developer, pretty young, just threw all of his brain at the game and just came out with this. He's a mad lad. Great game. Another game that's fun would be, you know, I'm not loving the Devil Survivor games on the 3DS. I started, I'm like probably 10 hours maybe into Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker, and it's fine. It's very tropey, a little too like, you know, kind of just, oh, this character is the shy one. This character is the outspoken friend who says stupid stuff, but you know, he's got a heart. And the battles are fine. There's only 2 difficulties, easy and hard. Yeah, I don't know, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow Reprise is pretty sick. Oh, I gotta pop that out. Didn't see those up there. Tricky. I'm gonna use the plastic one here. Ciao. I yearn for the mines. Man, I do not know how I'm gonna put this thing back together. I'll tell you that much. Alright. Can't move to that way. So this really is just a full kahuna. Oh. Didn't see that. Dazzling Rainbow, you're really bummed about your rotate. The right shoulder stopped working and Amaranth wants to send it back before they will ship you. Yeah, that sucks. So you'll just be like out. You won't be able to. I mean, I guess that's fair. Like if your rotate's broken, then it's probably best for you to like play on another handheld. Like I don't know if it's your only handheld, but maybe pick up another one or play on your phone for a month. Hopefully the shipping doesn't take forever, but it's at least nice of them that they'll swap it out for you. It sucks that it even happened though in the first place. Like that sucks. My my Mangmi RX, I think I dropped it in doing a bit for a video, so one of my bumpers is broken, but they might be sending a lower review unit or something. I think I might pass on their review unit and just ask them to swap mine out for a working one because it broke. I don't need 2 Mangmi RXs and have one of them be broken. But yeah, I told Nangme, I was like, hey, you guys want to send me something, like maybe send me a new product, because I already have the Air X, and the Pocket Max isn't really super interesting to me when the Odin 2 Portal's out. You know what I mean? All right, so the buttons are out. The buttons are here. Ka-chow! Leaf, have I seen the new rotate clocks? I have not. I updated firmwares, but I haven't checked out the clocks yet. Haven't had a chance to. Are they cool? The video looked pretty cool. I saw their little video on it. I'm not huge on the clock functionality or the MP3 player functionality. I know those are the two things that they advertise the most, but yeah, those ones I haven't used a whole lot. I like to just have it close, like the rotate close, and then it go to sleep. I find it super snappy that way. Ooh, the one thing that I did notice with that firmware update is it's faster to unlock and lock it. Like unlocking it, it rotates faster. They managed to optimize the rotation somehow. I don't know what dark magic they did behind the coding scenes. It feels snappier though. Maybe it's a combination of them doing that and also my like front end that I like, Retro HANDHELD, also getting more optimized. Who knows? All I know is that I got these buttons out, and we're gonna be having a little fun picking out which ones we want to put in to the black shell. I wish that they made colored ones. That would be fun. All right, what do we got to do now? Center of the device. Take out the motherboard. There are no more screws we need. It's just spudging time. Cool. All right, sweet. Spudge-o-rama. Check this out. We're about to spudge it up, y'all. Who up spudging on the spudge? Anybody like Kirby in chat? If so, favorite Kirby game? And why is it Nightmare in Dreamland on the Game Boy Advance? What should be your next handheld? Ooh, that's a tough question. I'll come back to that in a sec. Ralphie, will you try Gamma on the Rotate when it drops? Absolutely. I love the man. I love what he does. And I am extremely interested in checking that out. Gamma OS is actually peak. And it makes like every device just better. Boom. Button unsheathed. All right, we got a little bit of Captain tape here. Oh, slice that. How can I? There we go. What handheld should you get? Are you vertical or horizontal, or a weirdo who prefers weird handhelds? Personally, I am team whatever. Team weird, I guess. I like weird handhelds. I think they're more fun. But if I had to choose, maybe like that's a tough question. Probably horizontal. But what types of handhelds are you interested in? We'll whittle it down from there. Figure out a nice little handheld to grab next. Or also, what handhelds are your favorite? Handheld or handhelds. All right. Looks like we got all of the ribbony ribbons, except for these two. Let's get these suckers out. Come on now. Yeah, we got the latch in front here. Look at that long ribbon cable. This one's a little funky. Ribbon cables are tough because they're very easy to F up. And effing them up is no good. You're having a bad time. All right, I think we got him. Now let's test it here. We got that. We got this. This is the moment of truth. Oh! I panicked. I think it'll be like a wiggle out, and then yeah. This is it. Infinite power. What if I just ate it? What if I did it right now? I just took a bite out of this motherboard. What would happen? Will I get more powerful? Or will I die? There's only one way to find out. Take a bite of the forbidden fruit. Okay. So we got that out. What is little bro doing? This guy's just slicing it up. This has been my North Star right here. And my guy just goes into slice mode. He says, F it. We gotta remove the heat shield. Let me check out chat. Alexander Pierce, Kirby's Adventure. Then he played Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland, and it's awesome. Yeah. Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland on Game Boy Advance is like so peak. So there's 3 Game Boy Advance games that just feel so crispy to me. And they're all kind of like similar in some ways. It's Nightmare in Dreamland, Metroid, Zero Mission or Fusion, Dealer's Choice, and Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. Those 3 are just like sick platformers. Just so sick on the Game Boy Advance. They feel so good. Leaf. You mainly want a device that's powerful enough to play Android games with sticks. You think about Trim UI Brick Hammer Wii U, Brick U Hammer, aren't you? Nah, there's some trouble in paradise with that Trim UI Brick Hammer Pro U Hammer Pro. What a strange stream. How do you already have a Nova? I don't have a Nova. I don't have a Nova. This is a Retroid Pocket Mini. We talked about the Nova for like the first part of stream, and took a look at it, yapped about it for a while, and then now I am upgrading the Retroid Pocket Mini V1 to the V2. It's just a Retroid kind of night, you know what I'm saying? So we're all just hanging out here. Strange stream though. That's just how it goes, man. That's how it goes sometimes. I am a strange man with strange streams and strange dreams. Don't ask about those. Right now, your favorites are the Rotate and the Switch 2. Interesting favorites. The Rotate is a banger. The Switch 2 is also kind of a banger. It's a great library. Careful, the souls of 865 dragons are in that chip. In that very chip, there are 865 dragons. And Golden Sun. Hell yeah. I gotta check out Golden Sun. You keep mentioning that. I gotta check it out, and I'm like, yes, I have it pinned. I gotta favorite it. Once I favorite it, then it'll show up in my front end, and I'll just keep coming back to it. Yeah, Zolfra. Yeah, I didn't want to. That's why I didn't put like a picture of the Nova in the thumbnail, because I'm like, I'm just gonna yap about it, and then I don't want people to think that I'm just dismantling the Nova. we talked about it. I don't have it in me to dismantle a brand new handheld like that. Maybe after I release a review on it, once I spend enough time with it, then we can dismantle it. At that point, come back and we'll take it apart. Take a big bite out of it. Yeah, so the Retroid Pocket Mini that we have here, this thing has been collecting dust on my shelf for like the last year. So I figured that with the announcement of a true 4x3 screen from Retroid and like the release of that, let's revisit their fake 4x3 screen and just upgrade it. You know, I need an excuse to turn this into something. But anyways, here we have, let me figure out what to do with this. Buttons everywhere. You said you wanted a Nova, right? Don't get a Nova, get this handheld. There's no buttons or joysticks and no motherboard. The games are in your mind. See, I'm an ideas guy. That idea is on the house. That one's free. Next one will cost you. All right, well, we got this. Next up, let's chuck this out. Bring in the new contestant. Well, first let me clean up my workspace a little bit here. Boom. Y'all still vibing in the chat? Smash the like button if you like the stream. Let me hear you scream. So this has been just staring me down from the top of my server rack. Like the Green Goblin mask. Ah. There it is. The full screen. Now, I don't remember exactly. Did Retroid charge people for the Mini V2 screen? Or did they give it out for free? Like this thing, because this has the full screen in it, I believe, right? Let me take a gander. Oh, this is just clipped in. It looks like the screen's already in there and everything. If they just gave it out for free, then they took a pretty big L to make it up to people. Very interesting, because they, according to that video that Russ made visiting their headquarters, it seemed like it was just like a cultural thing that they saw it as innovation, that they were using like an LG Wing as a 4x3 screen, but we saw it as like, yo, you're telling us that there was missing pixels that we could have had and you know, it just borks all of our shaders. Like stretches them out in weird ways. That's shady. That's not innovation. That's weird. I'm somewhere, and I'm more towards they should have just released with the full screen. Give us everything like the Retroid Classic. People loved that. All right. Now, before we start to reassemble and stuff, this is the fun part. All right. This is where I'm going to need you to go crazy, go stupid in the chat. Go, yep, sound off. Yo, Cyber Gaming. It's a pleasure to see you, homie. Always love seeing you, dude. How you been? Hope you've been well, bro. We're having a good time, man. It's a chill stream. I'm having a good night, man. We're just hanging out, taking this thing apart. Easy part's done. Now it's the hard part. We gotta put it back together. Breaking things is easy. Putting the pieces back together is a little trickier. So, anyways, we have some options for what we can do. I think I ordered like pretty much every custom thing that they had that I was interested in. We have all kinds of fun stuff here. I thought that, oh, there might be a way to like swap out some buttons or something. Do like a little two-tone. Let's see. I don't even remember what I ordered, dude. This was so long ago. I was just a YouTube, a tadpole at the time. I wasn't even evolved yet. Now I'm a little YouTube amphibian. Got a bunch of gizmos. What's going on here? What the hell? Are these oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. That replaces those. Left, right. Knock it out like fight night. Oh. You hate you hate to keep bringing up Golden Sun, but you should stream it. I've thought about streaming games, but I usually game pretty late, and like it's kind of like my me time. But maybe I will do a little game streaming at some point. I probably will do like, I don't know, TBD on that. That'd be fun to do a little bit of streaming. But yeah, usually my only time that I have to like game is when I'm done with work, and I'm usually done with work pretty late. Today I had to put a pin in it to get back here by 9, get the stream ready and all. All right. So we got some options here. Let me lay everything out, and then we'll take a peek. Dude, this is gonna be fun. I can literally just mix and match everything. Ah, getting creative. Yeah. You guys are seeing the vision though, right? Oh, I'm kind of in the way of the black things here. You did, Cyber, you did this with your RG477M. So many mods and buttons. Yeah. I have to do the quiet button mods on this thing. Somebody mentioned that in chat that Russ did showcased a quiet buttons mod where you trim the thingies to make them quieter. And that sounds like pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. So we could do... I'm thinking that we don't do any white buttons. We keep it to... like for the system buttons. Keep it to either maroon or black. And then what's hiding over here? Yeah, it might be like a... Got some of these. Okie dokie. Let me make sure that's everything. Shove these over here. Hall sensor. Magneto. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we've got everything. For chaps. Yeah, that's looking like it. Timothy, you're buying the Rotate tonight. Hell yeah. If you want to pick one up, you can use a link from one of my streams to support the channel at no extra cost to you. If you want to, I don't care. But I think it's a better deal on AliExpress actually, depending on where you live, because Ambernick's shipping from their website is a little bit slower and a little more expensive. I got it from AliExpress, and they give you coupons to like pretty much right on the page that you order it from. That can save you. How much is a Rotate? It's like $100, give or take, maybe like 90 or 110. I think you can basically offset the shipping by using coupons. Anyways, let me check out chat real quick before while you guys can also just take a gander and piece together like a little vision in your mind. But let me check out chat. Timothy, does anyone think these major game companies will ever take action over these devices now that they're nicer than what they make? Okay, so I don't think they care about the hardware at all. I think that the hardware is not a threat to them. But what I think they really care about is that people are acquiring their games sometimes. But I think that they also, a big what would you call it? Like misunderstanding is that pirating something means that they lost a sale, is that one pirated thing means one lost sale. But that's not necessarily the case. A lot of people pirate something that they were never really even intending on buying to begin with. Like if you take away the pirating part of it, maybe they'll buy it, but maybe they won't. We don't know that at all. It's purely indefinite, it's pure speculation. So there's this whole like, there's obviously the moral aspect of pirating and like, you know, acquiring games from nefarious means. But there's also the you know, the kind of like, you know, legal side of things, and it's a very multifaceted thing. And I think that obviously they're companies, they're focused on money, so they boil it down to money, and they try and translate it in a way that makes it like they lose the most money possible from from anything existing ever. Keep in mind, companies like Nintendo, let's just say Nintendo for an example. They have notoriously shut down community-run tournaments for Smash Brothers. They said no community Smash tournaments because they were using prize money. So you're saying because there's like $2,000 in prize money. Like what? It's crazy. Like the legal side, these companies are extremely litigious. So I think that they're, you know, they don't see it as much of a threat. From what I assume, I don't think they think the hardware is much of a threat. But they'll always be like keeping an eye on emulation and waiting for the right chance to strike, because it's been talked about before. But like, if theoretically, if a game company like goes full ham on something that they're not entirely certain that they'll win, like a, you know, like an emulation is piracy argument thing, and they lose, then that sets a precedent for the foreseeable future. Like, it is a generational L. So nobody really wants to rock the ship either way. Like, I think that it's kind of like it's a cold war of sorts. with you know, some things happening along the way, but it's very interesting, the whole everything about it, you know what I mean? But anyways, super serious question, broski. What in color Nova are you getting? I pre-ordered the red one, the watermelon. I think that it looks sick. It looks really dope. So I also, a big reason is because I've owned the Retroid Flip 2 in the teal, and I also have an Odin 3 in purple. So I was like, I've already got those two colors checked. Let me check the last box that I've never owned a watermelon one, so I picked up one of those. Timothy, your Magic X40 shipped with tons of titles, but no Mario, Kirby, etc. Yeah, Magic X. So that's what some of these companies do as like a middle ground, is they avoid the hyper litigious companies like Nintendo, and they ship games, acquired games, from other companies that aren't as like aggressively, you know, they're not as like lawyer the fuck up, bruh, as Nintendo would be. So that's sort of like, I guess, a legal middle ground, or it's like, you know, avoid the big shark, but still swim in the smaller shark's ocean. You know what I mean? It's like avoid the, you know, the big kahuna, the jaws that is Nintendo. And yeah. But anyways, let's take a look at what we got here. We've got a lot of this Saturn purple from the white and purple that we had before, or whatever you would call that, like a more of a maroon purple tint. And then we've got a lot of black options, black analog sticks, black you know, bumpers and stuff. And then little splashes, we got white analog sticks, maroon buttons, and fancy buttons. The joystick caps we can swap out with whatever we want later. Oh yeah, and we also have this as an option too, if we want it. Now, let us think. Let us stew. Something tells me that Timothy, you're gonna buy one of these two. You'd have to get it from eBay, because Retroid doesn't sell the Mini directly anymore, but eBay has it at pretty, like, people list them at pretty competitive prices. I think like 160 to 200 ish. Yeah, it's a very fun little unique device. It's pretty much the tiniest way that you can get like a good amount of power with analog sticks and everything. It's just like, it's a very well-rounded device. It might be a little too small for some people though, because it's less than a 4-inch screen, by the way. So let's take a look at what white looks like. Something tells me it might be a little too, yeah, I'm not loving that. I think that's a little too in my face. A little too checkered floor. So we'll go with the black analog sticks, stealth analog sticks. And again, we can replace the caps later. I have a bunch of like different colored caps. Mostly like monochrome shades, but I'm not too worried about, like, I think a black base though would be the move. Oh, the RP Nova. Yeah. The RP Nova. I think the RP Nova is gonna be sick. It's a little expensive for what it is. I mean, it's fairly priced in this, you know, in this economy, but I think that it is It's gonna be pretty sick. It's not necessarily gonna be like, I don't think it's gonna be fully end game, but I think it's gonna be damn close because we have a very, very like gold standard end game chipset in some ways. I wouldn't call it end game. It's very, very powerful though. A very nice chipset, gold standard, 4.5 inch. That screen has the works. They threw everything at that screen. And then it really just comes down to the form factor and if everything else kind of gels together with your lifestyle. I think it's gonna be pretty sick though. So I've decided on black sticks. Now the real question is, do we go all black everything? Or do we throw a splash of this in here? Little crimson. A little bit of that D-pad. Am I boring? Dude, am I boring? Oh no. I kind of like the black. Blackout. It is sleek. I feel like I need something though. No, Ben, no. No, dude. Don't tell me I'm boring. Please. That's crazy. I always hated my voice. I'm not gonna lie. I always hated it for years. Years and years and years. And then I started making music and I was forced to listen to myself nonstop. And I was like, okay, I can improve. I can do something, man. Because I naturally have like a higher pitched voice. So I just learned to speak my chest. You know what I'm saying? He's aging. He's becoming boring. Dude, I'm turning 30 in 2 weeks. Don't remind me. God damn, bro. Why you coming from my gullet like that, man? Banjo Kazooie looking ass. What's this? No, that's tacky. Little splash. Little splash of colors. He's leaving. Yeah, I'm leaving you behind, Buster. Bud. I'm gonna be in no man's land. I'm gonna be in Andrew's land. Stubbs left me. Rob left me. Oh man. I gotta freaking bunk with Andrew in the 30s. Andrew and I are bunking in the 30s. I call top bunk. I stayed at an Airbnb a couple of weeks ago in a bunk bed. Luckily, there weren't enough people to have to force somebody into my bunk, but I did, in fact, I took the bottom bunk. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little too intoxicated to reach the top bunk. That's not bad. Well, something like that. A little splash of color. Is that weird? That's kind of fun. Or do I just lock the F in? Oop. Gulp. Ah. I don't know, man. Leaves, you thought I was like 24. Oh no. No, what's funnier than 24? 25. I wish I was 24, dude. I came and went. The blink of an eye. I was 24 when freaking COVID hit, bruh. My 20s done flashed past. Yep. I think I'll throw a little splash of color. That'd be fun. Will I regret this? I have to make this is a big decision, because once I put it back together, there ain't no way I'm taking it apart. 28. Ban, I knew it. I knew it, Ban. Young gun. How we think about this? Hold on, let me run a little poll in chat. So how we all doing? This is a mandatory vibe check. Been streaming for a little over 3 hours. You guys have just been held hostage, forced to listen to Unk yap. All right, let's do a little poll. Colored buttons or what color buttons? Green, yellow, blue, all black, and it's another one. Maroon. Also, this one, I threw a couple extra songs in this playlist before stream, and this one is really, really quiet. I don't know why it's so quiet. Let's get some dubstep music going. Let's get this shit. Copyright strike, dude. F it. Nah, we need some like royalty free YouTube outro music for stream. Black, white, and those crystal gray buttons would be sick. Are we talking about that? Are you talking about for this? Are you talking about for the Nova? That would be sick. Relaxing tunes? Hell yeah, dude. That's what I was going for. Because I also like just need to like freaking wind down a little bit. All black, y'all feeling all black? I'm also kind of feeling all black, I'm not gonna lie. You got 9 votes. Come on, everybody. Drop a vote if you're hanging in stream. If you're lurking on audio, that is cool too. I appreciate having all you. Let's see what that looks like. The all black is pretty clean. You know what also inspired me to get back into this Retroid Mini here is my boy Ryan Retro's mini Steam Deck video. I was watching that a few weeks ago, and I was like, dude, this looks sick. Like the Retroid Pocket Mini is pretty like it's kind of underrated. Imagine if you had black buttons with no text on them, dude. That's honestly, that would be so sick. Like literally just blacked out, jet black. Oh, that'd be fire. Purely just based on senses. And then you would never have to think about, like, you know, the biggest thing that I hate about having print on buttons is, especially on Android, higher powered Android stuff like this, swapping A and B and X and Y, swapping between Nintendo and Xbox layout based on the game, because my brain just hates seeing in the peripheral that if I'm playing like a PC game like Fallout and I'm pressing B to jump, but I know from playing Xbox that B is Pit-Boy. B for Pit Boy. So it just fucks with me, dude. And I always think of like Y as jump, but with the Nintendo layout, Y is on the left. So in a lot of games, that's just not jump. That's like another attack or something. I just don't like. I would love just an all black, jet black thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dazzling, time to break the spray paint out. I gotta call in my guy Tech Dweeb, calling in little overnight ship this to Canada. Hey dude, you mind spray painting my buttons for me, please? I'll give you handhelds for payment. All right, Alexander Pierce. It was great having you, dude. I appreciate you swinging by. I'll see you when I see you. See you on the next one, maybe the one after that. I don't know. It's great to have you though, homie. Catch you on the flipper. All right, well, it looks like all black is the move, y'all. I'll leave the poll open for a little bit, but I'm thinking that we go all black, at least on the front. We'll tuck these down, put a pin in it. Now, when it comes to the back, let's check out what that would look like. We've got these little things. We could do yo. Is that a little crazy? We could do all black, or we could do a little splash. Let me. Is that crazy? I think it's kind of sick. I think that's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, dude. So on camera they look a little more red, but they're like a nice like deep purple kind of thing, like purple maroon hybrid. They look pretty sick. I like it. I think I'm sold on that. All black with an accent of purple. If you guys are into that. I think that's the move. Just to differentiate a little bit from from an all blacked out. Make it feel a little bit custom, you know what I mean? I like that. Let's roll with that. Let's try to put it back together. I'm gonna put all of this stuff into a little baggie. Red D-pad. I didn't love the red D-pad because look at this, right? It's like a different shade. This is more pink purple, while this is like a crimson, and it's a little too close. They don't really mesh too well. So I think we're gonna go all blacked out on the front, and then accent on the shoulders with Saturn purple. That sounds fun. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm amped up. There's nothing that just quite like customizing your handhelds. It's pretty sick. I'll tuck these away for now. Timothy, does it have LED under the sticks? The Nova? Does the Nova have LED under the sticks? It does. And this also does, I believe. I think so. I'm pretty sure that that's what these are. Little RGB going on. I think that these are to diffuse the RGB. All right, let me put away all these extra things. Oh, where's the... Oh, are all the buttons... Where's all my black buttons? Hold on, I might be missing some little junior buttons here. Gulp. Okay. The one I'm building, you'd use purplish lights. Yes, exactly. I'm thinking maybe we do like something like this, but like darker. You know, and maybe if we don't see that, then maybe we do like another color that's like, you know, kind of similar, but feels better, feels vibier. Okay, so I'm looking for all of my little start select buttons for the front here. I gotta find where I put those, because I have this one for up top, but I don't know where I put all my tiny buttons. So we're gonna have to rummage those up. Oh, brother. Classic. Screws. Backplate. I'm gonna take a quick gander. What are they? Gulp. Wait, what happened, Alfie? Hyaneo canceled the Micro 2? Wait a minute. We need to look into this real quick. Wait a minute. It sold out immediately. The first batch was 100 units. And future batches are not planned because of RAM and storage. So they only made 100 units total. I love it. They made... This ain't limited run. This is crazy. This is non-existent. Holy smokes. It's just never coming back. Flash in the pan. Can I invert this? This is blinding me. Sorry for blinding y'all. Holy smokes. Hey, baby. Go. Extinct. Endangered, some would say. What the hell? It was just released. What are they doing? Snapdragon 865. Dude, the one time they add a headphone jack to a handheld. The one time they add it to a Pocket Micro, they make 100 of them and then they cancel it. And they say, nope, sorry, no more. We can't afford it. Yeah, sorry. What do you want us to do? That is crazy. Speaking of crazy, I think I might know where the buttons are. I think I might be a stupid dumb idiot. Oh. No, I'm not. They're not in here. Thought they would be in the box. But they're not in the box. Oh. Leaf, do you think it's possible to mod the rotate to have 3DS C-stick as the left stick? Ooh. I don't know. That would be pretty crazy. That would be like a next level mod. Yeah, you'd have to like put in like a 3DS potentiometer. Josh from MCon is prototyping a new MCon with a 3DS slider, and he's using like a third-party potentiometer for that and stuff. It's pretty cool. There's been like a bunch of like, you know, 3DS slider thingies that are just available. Okay, god damn it. I don't know where the black buttons are. This guy stinks. Alright, no black buttons, huh? Was that even a thing? Hold on. Retroid. Where are my black buttons? This is mysterious. I don't know where they are. Should I just assemble it with a different color? I'm not taking it apart once I assemble it. Oh, let me also end the poll. By the way, hydration check, everybody. Stay hydrated. Make sure you're drinking water. Capiche? I'm looking for these black buttons. I think that they're somewhere. Where exactly? TBD. They're not in any of these pouches, I don't think. Nope. That's white buttons. You know what? Let me check my order history real quick. This is gonna be an off-screen thing. There's a high likelihood that I didn't order the black buttons. Maybe you needed to order the black buttons. I don't know. Let's see. How are we all doing in chat, though, by the way? Doing all right? Huge epic fail. Cyber. Huge. Both on my end and also INEO for releasing 100 handhelds and then just saying, nope, we're done. Later. Smell you later. Retroid Pocket Mini. That would be crazy if I just didn't order black buttons. You missed out on one of the 10 white Micro 2s. Yeah. Listen, man, it was a 1 of 1. You had one shot. Would you take it? Or would you let it slip? Would you let it slip? Also, why am I out of focus? All right, we are so close. Retroid replacement. I think we just got rock. I think we just got to roll with what we got. Dang it. Oh. All right. It's go time. One shot, one opportunity. Would you put in black buttons? Well, you don't have any. So what buttons can we put in instead? We have, I think we have white and maybe they didn't send any too. Could be very, very likely. What do we got? What do we got here? I think it would have to be maroon buttons, right? Oh, but it doesn't match with the top. Don't change everything, man. Dang it. All right, all right, all right. It's not terrible. It's just a little cobbled together, kind of like me. Let's see, what would this look like? Home. They're keyed, so they should just slot in whatever way they need to. Oh. What the hell? Yeah, we might need to go maroon mode. Ugh. The maroon, man. If I find the black button somewhere real goofy, that'd be very upsetting. Yeah, I think we just don't have black buttons. Therefore, do we go maroon D-pad? And maroon face buttons? That's tacky. I'm very indecisive right now. Hey, can we not do that? Cat. Yeah, we've got limited options. Back to the drawing board. Black sticks. Let me plant the keyed buttons here. So what is the Retroid layout? Home, back. Home, left, back, right. Home. Dude, Cyber, you're telling me like I'm gonna find them as soon, the very moment that I tighten that last screw. I swear. It's gonna be in like the simplest place ever. You know what? I need to check one last spot, one last crevasse. Pull up a little eye candy real quick. Yeah. Dusk light. Hang tight. 30 seconds max. And start the clock. I didn't find them. I didn't find them. I found a bunch of analog stick caps that are like very 3D printed ones, but no dice. And I'm left with a bunch of pouches with screws in them. Yeah, I think we're cooked. I think we just gotta roll with maroon. Unlucky. Damn, maybe I just didn't order them. That's what I think. Whatever. Let's rock with it. Whoa. All right, we've got those two at the bottom. And then what's up top? Start select. What is start? And what is select? Oh, brother. I'm just fat fingering this thing. God damn. Is that not right? I don't think that's right. Ah. There we go. And then over here. One of them dropped. That's not terrible. It's subtle enough. So we got those. Let's get back to repairing. Back to the task at hand. Step 1. Motherboard. I remember this was down like that. We can just seat it right back on the pegs there. Why is it not seating on that peg? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Remove the board. A little extra force down to the right notch. Gotcha. There we go. I think. No. Get rid of these buttons real quick. Got this. We'll figure it out. I'm really bummed about the crimson buttons. But it wouldn't be a Monto Tech stream if something didn't go wrong. Okay. Well, I'm seeing that. I was burying that thingy. All right, and then for here, we need to get those slotted in. And then like that. This is still crooked though. Actually, no. Yes. If this happens, remove the board and put a little extra force to make sure it stays under the right notch as you're setting it back. Okay, gotcha. There we go. Now we got it. Yeah, all the pegs are aligned. Sweet. So we can plug this little button back in. I do believe. That's an easy one. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that when we need to. All right, that'll probably be battery cable, I think. This one is screen. We can plug that ribbon cable back in. Let's grab our plastic. Ooh. Let's do it finger style. Nice. All right, reconnect the ribbon cables and the Wi-Fi antenna. Where does the Wi-Fi antenna go? Probably this little nugget. Grooving now. Oh, yo! What up, Alex? You'll sell your micro 2 for $9,000 US. 9,000. We'll sell it to the lowest bidder, starting at $9,000 US. Sold to Ban from Ban's hands. This button is weird, man. I gotta like bend it. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. It says antenna there. It's gotta get a little funky with it, a little freaky. Boom. Consider it freaked. All right. Next up, dude, Alex, dude, it was going so well, and then I realized I don't have any black system buttons. I only have maroon or white. Oh, I was gonna go all black front, but now I need to use maroon system buttons. So, you know, there'll be a little bit of a fuck up there, but you know, ain't nothing to a real one. You know, I'll take the L on the chin. I'm never I'm never doing this again. We've been doing this for what, like 3 hours. First hour of stream was just Nova talk. All right, so we've got those. Yes, sir, Cyber. Big chillin'. Big chillin'. All right, so we've got, let's place the buttons back in, right? And then we place the daughter board. Okay. So back is on this side. That should be the right orientation, right? Oh, maybe I'm bugging. Yeah, I am super bugging. Gulp. That don't look right. That don't look right. Oh yeah, just press the back button. Yeah, no, it's pointing forwards. It's technically a loop. This is this one. Boom. And then what is it? Square. Square. Good job. And then we do D-pad. Let's take a gander at what that little thing looks like. And then with the black here. What was the... Let me check the order of analog stick. And the LED diffuser, that's it. Okay, so we do the buttons, do the D-pad, and then the LED diffusion. Yeah. And then we can reconnect the daughter board. Nice. Let's see how that looks. It's just so there. Oh, brother. Do we go with the red D-pad and red face buttons now? Or do we go white system buttons? Black and white. A little bit of white system buttons. Yeah, they don't look that bad. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Don't need to reinvent the wheel here. I just need to invent it in the first place. Listen to Bob Rick. Subscribe if you ain't subscribed yet. Smash that subscribe button. Just subscribe. Which button is that? That's the top button. Home. There we go. Square. And then back. I think. That was home. All right, cool. Log it in. Good chow. Reconnect the ribbon cable. Is there supposed to be a ribbon cable up there? What's that? Wait a minute. Is there supposed to be a ribbon cable up there? Let me check my white shell. Okay. Interesting. All right, 2 screws. There and there. Right? Place the daughter board, reconnect the ribbon cable. Let's do that first. Let's just make sure that I didn't miss a ribbon cable. No, I don't think I did. That's right, Cyber. Hit that like button, homies. Go crazy. We in the midnight hours. It's 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Smash that like button if you up. Okay. So I think they're both the same, right? Or are they not? Gulp. Probably should have checked, huh? So we've got that, we've got that. Oh, and then I placed the housing thingy. Fancy. This is fancy, man. Two screws in there. Cyber, you think more about spending more time modding and setting up your handhelds than you actually play. Dude, tell me about it. When it comes to like front ends and like setting up handhelds and loading games and all that stuff, it is a whole, like, it's a whole process. I feel you on that. All right, I think these are the slots. All right. It sounds a bit echoey. What sounds echoey? Oh no. Whoops. I accidentally muted myself. Thanks for noticing that. Whoopsies. Click the wrong stream button. There we go. We're back. All right. Got that. I think that is that ribbon cable is good enough. And now analog stick is in. 2 more screws. Roger that. Not at the same time. Oh, brother. Nice. All right. Now we do the sheath. Does the sheath go on the inside? I'm assuming the sheath is supposed to go on the inside, right? Probably. Did I F that up? Yeah. Let me do a little naughty thing real quick. Ka-chow. Put that right on there. That's probably supposed to be like that. Yeah, much better. Okay. Now, how the F do we get this ribbon cable in there? That's snapping it all the way up. Just gotta shoot the gap. Yep. I've always had trouble just with ribbon cables. I'm gonna give them like a little boost. They're tricky. That's probably fine, right? Yeah. The white line is hidden. Oh yeah, yeah, I should. There's a lot of points in this, or at least a couple points in this repair that you could easily like snap something up. That's why I'm using the plastic tweezers with the ribbon cables, because I've busted up ribbon cables in the past. Man, if only they were all black. Ugh. Pipe dream. What a... Before I go Before I go fully deep, what did the white ones look like? I think the white ones were just too aggressive. It's like very in your face. Yeah, I don't want the white ones. These ones are popping. Maroon it is. All right, so we've got those. Now what do we do? Shoulder button, and then so for that, where is the other shoulder buttons? That is here. Nice. Okay, so these are the triggers, and then these are the bumpers. R. Yar. This is L. Oh, these are probably... might be speakers. Yeah, those are the speakers, I think. Neon green on the black would have been so sick. Yes, I'm with you. That would have been crazy. That would just looked so good. Okay, so I've got some analog stick options. What I need is... I need the bumpers to press something. But the bumpers aren't pressing anything. Battery. That. Rumble, fan. Those thingies. Oh, here we go. I just need to take these from here and apply them. I'll probably need a... I think this is where the X-Acto knife for heat gun that they mentioned, the Redditor mentioned, comes in clutch. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with the big kahuna. This one's a layup. Yeah. Good chow. Blow dryer. I haven't used one of those in quite a bit. You can see what I got. I literally just take a towel to my head and I go, and it's done. I put a little gel in it if I need it. It's not reaching that. Something like that. Should probably plug it in first and then lay it down. There we go, crispy. And then we can bend it. Stick it down, and now we got that down. Sweet. 1, 2, 3 ribbon. Now those top ones are a little tricky. These top ones up here. Not too stoked on those. This is already in there. So we can peel that out. And then apply this. Something like that. Well, more or less. All right. Let me check if I have a hair dryer. No blow dryer. No deal. Gotta use an X-Acto knife or something. Cyber, you're really stoked for the Trim UI Brick Hammer Pro U. That it had a weird launch. There's like price adjustments, and they were kind of weird about it, where they're like, you know, either pay the difference or we'll, you know, or cancel your order. And I think that was Trim UI Store, which is like the unofficial one. I don't know. There was like, and then there was like something about sanctions and RAM fees and stuff like that. A bit of a messy launch from Trim UI on that one. All right, let's try and not slice our finger open. I'm gonna lock in. One down. Who needs a heat gun when you got X-Acto knife? plug that in right up there. Nice. So that's that, and then oh yeah, was there something about making the buttons quieter? Eh. Next up. Next up is... let's do the other side. Round 2. Plant it. I think we're good. And finally, we got this big one. I gotta stay locked in here. This one's the big kahuna. This one actually might be easiest. We'll see. Just gotta get under the hood. Just a little bit. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Hey, come on, Byrix, leave me alone, bro. Go eat your bucket of bolts. I'm sick of that clanker. Where did that go? That was over here, right? I was like this. Yeah, and then it lined up with that one. Gotcha. Now I just need to assemble 100 of these, and then I would be all of Ioneo. Ioneo for their logistics department for the entire year. There we go. Yeah, could be a little cleaner, but good enough. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it works. Ribbon cable might be flying around a little bit, might be a little floppy. But we got Cable plugged in, cable plugged in, cable plugged in. Both of those. All right, all those ribbons are plugged. Scaring you with the scalpel. I think I did all right, all things considered. Not the biggest fan of glass front, but you love the RP Mini better than the Nova. Yeah, I'm curious to see once we get this all put back together. I'm still a little bummed about the maroon buttons, but they're not that bad. It's like a little splash of red. You know, once I'm gaming, then I'll be deep in it. I can always disassemble and reassemble. I'm a pro now. Let's keep moving. Get the big guy on top. Big fella here. First, let's do shoulder. Nice. All right, one thing I do want to do actually is adjust its positioning. So it's kind of along the edge more. And that'll just make it more consistent across the board for all presses. Now let's test it out. Nice. All right, that sounds good to me. Thanks, Ivy. I appreciate it, man. I'm trying to stay locked in here. It's 3:30 my time. I need to get this done. So I think we're just gonna lock in and try and get this hardware upgrade done. And I'll do the software one in my free time. Dabble around a little bit with some of the latest and greatest. All right, one thing I do want to fix is a little bit of squeakiness. Maybe that'll get fixed with the when everything's put back together. TBD. Let's get those screws back on. 1, 2, 3 screws. And the L pattern, right? Do I have Gamma OS with the Magmi Air X? I don't. I need to get a new one because my left bumper is broken on my Air X. So originally I was planning on reviewing the Air X, and then I got super sidetracked. So I wanted to like review it with the stock firmware before I upgraded to Gamma OS. But then I got super sidetracked and never got around to installing Gamma OS. So I got to try it out. There are some quirks with the default software, like performance mode. Every time you restart with even though it says performance mode is enabled, you need to toggle it off and then back on. This is with stock operating system on Magmi Air X. It's very weird and annoying. It says that performance mode is enabled, but it's actually not when you restart it. So you need to toggle it off and then back on again. and then it'll work. It's crazy. Is that? That's not a screw hole. Oh yeah, it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's do it. Down low. Oh no. Wah. Yeah. Oh geez, I do not like screwing into plastic. Nope. That is a powerful magnet. Come on. Dog. The screw is just not cooperating. Ah. All right, I'll use another screw. It's less magnetized. Maybe I should like cover that up. Yeah. All right, so we got 1 screw, 2. Is there supposed to be a 4th screw? Maybe it's up top. One, two, three, 4. Nice. Ah, it's a little squeaky. That's not bad. I actually don't mind the red buttons on front with the purple triggers. It's a little weird, but it's not terrible. We'll do the other side, see how it feels. If I need to address this squeak, then we'll do it. There's like a little bit of like a roughness to it, and I think part of it is because of the old X-Acto knife, no heat gun, you know, buffoonery that's happening. Cyber, you're gonna put gamma on your RG477M like you did on 405, but the stock on the 477M is pretty good now. You got like 30 Steam games on it. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with Gamma OS that sucks, is like you gotta wipe your thing to do it, so you gotta kind of do it off rip. All right, let's toss in those buttons. This is actually, well, here's a sneaky little thing. This is a great opportunity to switch to the cursed Xbox layout. Just saying. A on the bottom, B on the left. Call that GameCube. This is actually just the GameCube, right? This is just GameCube layout. That's crazy when you think about it. This is just the GameCube layout. Kind of. Close enough. Welcome back, GameCube. Florida man. Florida's probably the one state that I've flown to the most. For work. That's pretty sleek. All right, so we got that, and then we put the diffuser in. Daughter board to slot the ribbon cable in place. That's valid. Alright, this one's a little funky. That ribbon cable is shorty. Let's get this in here. And then we can just crank that ribbon cable on in there. Yeah. Crooked ribbon cable. Ain't no thing. Maybe I can straighten it out a little bit. Holy smokes. I can probably do it like this and then just kind of give a little kazam. Yeah, white line's hidden. We're good. Right over don't switch. Right over don't switch. Bow, bow, bow. Damn, those buttons are loud. How do you... Hold on, let me take a quick peek. Let's see, Retro Game Corps, Pocket Mini, Retroid Pocket Mini. Somebody mentioned about like a quiet button mod. Is it in the his main review that there's a face button mod? Yeah, here we go. So you shave off by 1/3. This is crazy. Okay. All right. let's take a look at this. We'll shave a little bit. Pop this out. Are we shaving? Where'd he shave? Oh, yeah. Just peel them. And then are we just going to glue them back on? This is crazy. All right. Similar height to the nubbins. Yeah. Waterproof tape. Oh, I don't have that. No, I'm good, dude. We're just gonna keep. I don't have this stuff. I'm already here. We're just gonna keep rolling with it. Maybe if I can find the black system buttons to replace, then it'll be worth the upgrade. But in the meantime, we're rocking with what we got. Yes, little Mario Kart. It's a bop. There we go. Nice. And then we do, I think. Oh yeah, let's plug in that top one too. And I'm bending the hell out of this ribbon cable. Yikes. Cool. Ribbon cable's attached. Now we chuck this on in. Oh wait, no. We do that facing out. And then I think we screw it in, right? Let me double check. I feel you on that, Ryan Lowe. I would much rather have just bought a Mini V2 than... But then I wouldn't have gotten my custom colorway, so that's kind of cool. This is just a lot to ask of somebody to, like, just fully... disassemble, like an average person, to just do that upgrade themselves. But when they were just selling the V2 outright, oh man, if they just did some custom colors, that'd be so sick. Custom colors would be so sweet, like transparent green or something. All right. Let's do let's start screwing. Yeah, man, I don't want to do it. Yeah, man, I just don't want to do it. Digitize me. Oh. Is there any like strat to just shoving ribbon cables in more without annihilating it with tweezers? It's kind of all we can do, right? Good enough. Barrix, bro. The handheld is still disassembled. Need an RP Mini V1 with a Snapdragon Elite. Yo, imagine the fans on this little thing running an Elite. The Odin 3 already sounds like a jet engine. This thing would sound like a freaking interstellar wind turbine. The RG rotate kind of fills the void. But yeah, definitely. Definitely. And like we don't have any like analog input on the rotate. It's a little janky when it comes to like that stuff. All right. Got that. Tita. Oh, brother. I'm missing something. I jumped the gun just a little bit. Just a little bit, y'all. Whoops. Gonna have to... Missing a couple system buttons. Just a couple system buttons. We're just gonna go ahead and... oh man, this is a bitch. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that plugged in. Yeah, I can do that. God damn it, no I can't. Alright, whatever. Got to do the system buttons. All right, when I do finally finish the Herculean task of this operation, what are some games that I should play? Specifically, any GameCube recommendations? Any like good Snapdragon 865 Classico? Because I wanna put the analog sticks and stuff to good use on here. Play some games that I'm not able to on like the Retroid Classic. There we go. Now we're back. All right. Mega Bonk. I have it. I'll chuck it on here. It looks really fun. Heard it's like 3D Vampire Survivors kind of thing. I played a ton of Vampire Crawlers when that came out. It's like a solid like 2-3 weeks that I was just fully hooked on that game. There we go. Nice, we're cruising now. Nope. Yes. Mega Bonk. Monkey Ball. Yeah, big time. Fortunately, all the screws were the same size. Yo, what up, Hyperplay? How you doing, homie? Yeah. We're trucking through it now. We've been at this for this repair job or transformation for about almost 4 hours. I got distracted quite a lot, but we're cruising through it. It's been a good time. I'm getting a little sleepy, so I'm trying to stay locked in. I'm trying to stay focused. Eyes on the prize. The prize being that once I'm done with the hardware, then I have to upgrade all the software. Gah! It'll be worth it though. It'll be a cool little custom handheld. You know what I mean? There's something special about customizing a handheld. It's kind of like customizing anything else in your life. It just makes it yours. Gives you that special little feeling of, oh, this is cool, this is mine. That's how I feel about my little Metroid Mini since there. Yeah, Hyperplay, you're an OG, dude. Been around since the jump. Yeah, same with Cyber. A lot of OGs on deck tonight. Good vibes. Then Monto blew up and got too big for his britches. Forgot where he came from. Hollywood got the best of him. Okay. I gotta stay locked in. I gotta do this next, right? Stack them. Something like that. Let me make sure I got all my ribbon cables plugged in. I gotta stay focused. 1, 2, 3. Dunzo. Lock it. Lock it in. Favorite Metroid game, anyone in chat? I've been in the Metroid mood lately. What's a good Metroid game? It doesn't need to be like a Prime or something to play on the Mini. Just good favorite Metroid in general. If enough people play say Super, then I will have no other choice but to finally play Super in its entirety. Made it almost 30 years without playing Super. I'll make it 30 more. Cool. It's a little weird with the red buttons, but F it. I don't have much of a choice. The shoulder tension is a little different on both sides. Not terrible. Yeah, sure. F it. Pretty cool. Fusion, banger. Banger, Ryan Lowe. Fusion is sick. I actually made a video essay about Fusion. That's how much I'm a fan of that one. Yeah, Hyperplay. I love pimping out the handhelds. Yeah, getting into the innards here. So these red system buttons are because I either didn't order the black ones when they were offering it, or I lost them. So not everything goes well when you're in the thick of it here. But I don't mind cracking open a handheld or two. You know, everything. All these things are they're just objects at the end of the day. Fun to noodle around inside of them. All right, what's up next? We got those starting to come back together. I'm seeing the light. I'm seeing the light. The red gives a little flavor. You're right. You're right. Gives it a little splash. A little splash of something. If they were the same shade of purple, that'd be even better. But like, yeah, it gives a little something, man. A little cayenne pepper. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we got. Okay. Now, speaker time. I do believe. Oh, do we do shoulders first? Yeah, it looks like shoulders first. Stick caps, shoulders. How do we do this? They like flung off. Secure the trigger housing with the 4 screws. Oh, I did in the wrong order, I think. Maybe? Huh. Yeah. That is satisfying. All right. Yo. The black and pink are sick. I love the black and the purple. That's fun. Dude, Hyperplay, I miss them too. I don't have the bandwidth to make them these days, unfortunately. I barely did back then. I'd pretty much give up every weekend to make them. I would record on like Saturday morning and then spend all the rest of the day Saturday and all day Sunday like really focused on editing them and also like recording any adjustments and stuff that needed to be made, because I wanted to give them like the full treatment. I'm very like particular, and then during the week I would be pretty busy, so I wouldn't have time to like make other review videos that I wanted to be making. So all I ended up doing was news videos for months, and they were super fun, but I wanted to make like more lasting review content. I wish I could do both at the same time, but my job is my day job is super demanding. I usually work like anywhere from 10 to 14 hours a day, and it's a lot for one lad. Try to make these YouTube stuff and game when I can. Yo, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. From the crown to the pen to the ring. He's in the thick of it. This guy's in the thick of it. All right, we got the speakers. Cyber, you don't know if I use grips, but red grips would set it off. Yeah, dude, I do need to pick up a 3D printer. Problem is I don't have space for it. Like, I could probably make space over there, but then I'd have to move my handheld somewhere else. I live in a pretty small apartment. It's like a couple hundred square feet. So space is all tight. I could probably cram one somewhere. The problem is that I wanted, like, you know, I need it to be leveled, and it's also it's another hobby. And I'm like, do I have enough time for another hobby? It looks so cool. Put each speaker back and then secure them with the 2 screws. Gotcha. From the crown to the ring to the king. From the ring to the crown to the king. Yo, Too loud. What front end do you recommend for the Rotato? I recommend Retro HANDHELD. It comes with the emulation pack for Obtainium by Rehue, I think. Whatever, if you search Obtainium emulation pack, it's the first one that usually comes up on Google. Yeah, Retro HANDHELD. And it's basically like a free Beacon alternative. It's great, dude. Beacon is also really good on the Rotate. It scales really well. And I was using Beacon as my main. Actually, Beacon loads faster than Retro HANDHELD by like a quarter of a second. So if you already own Beacon, then maybe that's a better choice. But I think that I'm rooting for Retro HANDHELD because it's basically free Beacon. And I would rather use something that I could recommend to people. And there's, even though something might be like $3, it becomes like a 90 something percent barrier of entry. As soon as you charge even $1 for something, it becomes a huge barrier of entry. And that's why I am such a big proponent on free software. Because what's most important for me is that more people try stuff. I wish there was free hardware. I mean, technically, there's some phones that you could, like, you know, you could game the system. Like a Mint Mobile promo. Got a free phone or something. Boost Mobile. I hope I didn't fuck anything up. Oh, yeah, we snaking this one. Cyber. You're in a small Airstream camper. No shot. And you're still printing? Yeah, that's crazy. Hell yeah. Dude, Airstreams are sick. I stayed in a little Airbnb Airstream once for my birthday a couple years ago. Cause it was just like, it was such a vibe to in this little lakeside joint. You're like, fuck it, dude. Let's kick it in an Airstream, man. I don't even think I had a handheld yet, man. I was freaking chilling on my phone in there, gaming on my phone. All right. Let's activate this thing. One, two, three. My baby don't mess around. Oh fuck. All right. Here we go. I just need to freaking connect this dang button. Speaking of button, hit that like button if you like the stream. This is a very low-key stream, very sleepy stream, because I'm also sleepy. But I'll sleep when the job is done. Yo. Alright, I'm gonna roll up my sleeves and freaking get in here. Hey, yo, come on. Dude, this is elusive. Yo. How are the audio levels, by the way? I should have asked earlier. I've had a few streams where my audio is like a little loud or a little quiet or whatever. This is crazy. Let me check out chat. Used to jailbreak all of your iPhones, dude. Same. I was hooked on that, man. Freaking putting Cydia on that and just having to respring the iPhone like all the time because it would always freeze up. Man, those were the days, dude. Jailbreaking that ish. All right, what's going on here? Let me investigate. I might just manhandle this end myself real quick. Get to the front cam. Also, hydration check. Everyone drinking water? Come on, let's make sure we're all hydro homies here. Dude, this is crazy. Yes, I got it. Cha-ching! Drink water. Music's a little loud. I got you. I'll turn down a little bit. Dropped it by oh, we got a visitor. We got a visitor. Hello. Baby. Could you not go into rodeo mode? Yep. Yep. Back of the net. Dang. Music's sweet now. Hell yeah. Got you. That's what I'm here for. All right. Let's keep it moving. Now that we got some cat hair in the mix. Speakers are attached. Hey, stop it. Stop, dude. No. No. Reassemble battery and fan. Okay. I've got the battery. And then where does this lower one go? Lower ribbon. That probably goes into... Nope. Cat on the chair. Dude. She's carving up my chair. Here we go. Battery. Now it's time to put the battery. We can connect the cable. Oh, it's up top. Okay, sweet. I see it. I think it's one of those push cables. So we've got that, and now we should place this, right? Line it up. My cat's name. Her name is Pichu. Named after the Pokemon. And I was originally gonna name her Pichu. And then when she became big enough, then she would evolve into Pikachu, and I would rename her Pikachu. But she never got big enough. She never got any bigger. She literally stopped growing when she was like a year or so old. She's a very small cat. She's almost 5 years old. And she is tiny, and she also just... Am I still live? She just hit the power button on my PC. Let me check. I think we're still live. Oh, brother. All right, cool. We're still good. She just jumped off my PC and hit the power button. All right, we're still in the mix. Now the heatsink. I'm live. I'm alive. He's alive. Let's get that dang sync on there. How's everyone doing? Y'all having a good morning, evening, afternoon, dawn, dusk, meteor storm, whatever time of day or apocalyptic event it is in your part of the world. There she goes. She wants attention. Hey. Thank you. All right. Heatsink applied. And now. Fan time. Oh, there's so much cat hair. All right. This might be a super fan job. Hey. Don't tell me you're a super fan unless you're a super fan. I think I just launched something into the stratosphere. Oh, it was the Retroid button sticker. Warranty sticker, probably. All right, just like this, we can reconnect the ribbon cable. We got 3 screws. Probably these 3. There we go. Is that the right spot? Nice. We are so close to story. And then the fan. Super fan. It's always super fan this, super fan that. What's the best way to do this? Like that? Where do those wires go, dude? Cooling fan. The wires go out that way. Right? Wait a minute. You need one of those. You need one of those fans. Almost there, dude. We're almost there. This thing is actually sick. Cause it goes full throttle. It's impressive, honestly. Great for keyboards, honestly. Like keyboard, because you have a cat, right? Keyboard, just blast that thing. So I'm trying to figure out which way the wires should go here, because it looks like they have they're designed to go that way, but at the same time, okay, wait. There we go. Now we're talking. Just had to flip my brain. 2 screws? Oh, there should be 3, right? Oh, it's 2 screws in the cable. Gotcha. Right and top. Man, I wish YouTube had animated little emotes like Twitch. Cat jam. This is a cat jam right here. All right, we got that. Got the bumpers. What's up next? We do this little do that little shield thing. Just get some of these cables out of the way here. Well, first off, I gotta plug it in, huh? Where do we plug it in? Right there. All right. Don't let me down, plastic tweezers. We're in the belly of the beast here. I think I got it. Maybe flip. All right, what's a great retro game that is really bad, but it's like funny bad? It's like actually entertainment bad. It still needs to be objectively bad though. I'm thinking of games like Urban Yeti, Game Boy Advance. I might be able to just noodle this in my hands. Thanks, Cyber. We're so close, dude. Hope I didn't bork anything. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's try that fan. Is it? Let me check if it's colors on the inside or colors on the outside. Dude, we're so close. We see the finish line. We're so damn close. You know what I realized? I didn't use these. So it's got black and I don't know, the black stripe in there is all right. I probably should have used the all purple ones, but I don't know, the little black stripe instead of an all purple. It's whatever. I'm not gonna trip over little things. If I could even finish this and it works, I'll be a happy camper. I just need to get this freaking fan thingy in here. All right. I think. Let me check this little thing here. Locking in here. What's the other side look like? Let me try that. This side, don't forget the black sticker on the fan. Right, yeah. Once I get this in, then it's sticker time. Good call. Dude, this is tricky. There we go. There we go. Just kind of shoved it in. A little tap there. Nice. Now we've got that. This is free of cat hair, so we can apply it. Almost free of cat hair. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Nice. So we've got that. And now we can grab our back shell. Wait a minute. Before I do that, I need to get these buttons in place. Where'd I put the black buttons? Up here. And then let me just stamp this down. Oh. Woo! We're doing it. We're doing it. All right, y'all. I think this is the moment of truth. Yo! Yo! Oh, this is sick. Yo! Dude. I could go, I wish I could go with it. I could go with just the black buttons. I wish I had them, but yo, the pink accent with the black. That's a vibe. That's a whole ass vibe. All right, it's not gonna work, but let's see if we can. Yeah, it needs the upgrade to connect to the screen. Yo, this is so sick. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Well, I missed these ones. I think these were separators for the battery. So I probably should, you know, cross that T and dot that I. I don't know. Do I really need those? They're probably mostly unnecessary, right? These little squishy things. Also, what are those screws for? I'm seeing. Oh, those are for the shell. Okay, those are for the shell. I don't think I need those little things. This will be just fine. This is great. I'm very happy with this. Let's put the finishing touches on it. Screw it all together. And then And then hang out and talk a little more about the Retroid Pocket Nova, because that's all I've been thinking about. Yeah, this is a fun one. Black and perp, baby. Look at that thing. The pads, these pads went on the battery, I believe. They went like on top of the battery. I think that they're supposed to like keep the battery from heating up the back like directly. But yeah, I don't know. I'll keep them in a little pouch, and if this gets scorching hot, then I'll put them in there. I don't know. I think the airflow from the active cooling will do more than a couple little squishy pads. But hell yeah. Yeah, the little splash of color. I'm so psyched about that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. It doesn't really rattle, even without those little squishy things on the battery. It's probably just to prevent the battery from like pressing against the plastic, but I don't know. Thank you guys. I'm happy with where it's at. Yeah, maybe I'll crack it open another time and, you know, fix up the buttons or do the silent button mod if I'm feeling dangerous. Either way, I think this is a success, a job, a successful mission. But yeah, who in the chat picked up the Retroid Pocket Nova? Let's take another gander at that listing. That thing came out of nowhere, dude. Excuse the mess. But look at this thing, not that thing. This thing. Anyone pick one of these up? These look sick. I picked up the watermelon red one. We were talking about it at the beginning of stream. This thing looks freaking juicy. It's a little smaller than the 477M. It's very similar, like, overall. But with that OLED screen and the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, this thing's gonna be so sick. Freaking hyped on this. Hell yeah, Alex. I picked one up like a couple minutes after the pre-orders went live. I got home a little bit late, like a couple minutes after 9, and I just jumped in here. If you want, Too Loud, they have custom buttons that you can also pick up, so you can get the different stuff here. Oh, I think that's probably why I'm missing the black buttons, because I didn't get a black kit like this for my Mini. I got the red kit for my Mini. They probably just don't include the buttons with the shell. So whatever. Maybe they sell them separately. Maybe I can just like put in a little order for some like extra buttons. Yeah, I'll just reach out to them, see if they can send some extra buttons and, you know, make this the perfect, the ultimate Retroid Mini V2 of all time. I also want to pick up some extra colored buttons. So I got the red. I don't know if... Would blue buttons be crazy? Like the teal ones? I went with the base spec, Too Loud. I think that the 12 gigs would be nice, but I wouldn't really use it that much. I wouldn't need it for the games that I'd be playing on it. I have the same model RP6, the base model with the 8 gigs and 128. 8 gigs is totally great for GameCube and PS2. It's just the Windows. Once you get into the Windows emulation, that's when the RAM becomes a huge bottleneck because it needs to run the container as well as the game. So that 8 gigs just like chokes up on games like Fallout 4 and like that kind of stuff, which I don't think I'm going to be playing much of that on this little Nova handheld. I think that's why the 8 gig model feels right. It's also like, dude, the shipping on these ones, especially if you pick up the carrying case, the shipping is a little steep. It was like $22 for Unixpress or like 40 for DHL. I was like, 40 bones? God damn. That turns like, you know, that makes it almost like a $300 purchase if I did DHL. Oh, thank you. You can try and cook a solid color combo. Hell yeah. I think the transparent ones they did are nice, especially because they're plastic transparent and they're not trying to do that like weird semi-transparent, but it's opaque glass cover on the Odin 3. I didn't like that. I think that all plastic is like killer for translucent colors. So they got a nice little batch here. We ran a poll earlier. Hey yo. Hey yo. We ran a poll earlier, and the most popular color that people voted on was the transparent clear. Was like the clear one. Crystal. This was the most popular one. By a decent amount. And then second place was pretty much a tie between ice blue and watermelon. And then third place was clear purple, like by a long shot. This was like last place out of the transparent colors. But the most popular color across them all was crystal. People loved crystal. It does look pretty sick. But personally, I like me and my colored handhelds. Yeah, I know. Damn, dude, crystal. Look at that thing. And that D-pad looks like the same shade as the Retroid Pocket 6 D-pad. You see? It's like kind of like a silvery thing going on. It looks nice. It looks very classy. So that crystal should be pretty nice looking. Black with crystal buttons. Ooh, I see that. Yeah, black with crystal buttons. That'd be pretty sleek. Yeah, with the crystal A, B, X, Y, and D-pad. And then you can have like the RGB on like a low gradient, like a nice like low white. Yeah, like they have in the picture there. That'd be cool. That's a nice, good idea. Like a Vita. Tulad, you wish you had black crystal buttons. Oh, dude. Black crystal buttons would be sick. Yeah. Yeah, with that, like, with the depth of the D-pads, I think they show them off here. Yeah, look at that. It's like, it's really cool, because I have the RP6, so I have like a clear reference of it. It's I think Vita did the same thing, but it's very, if they didn't, it's very Vita-esque. It's like it's encased. It's like a multi-dimensional visual. It's so cool. I love it. And of course, like it's got that classic Retroid. They nailed the D-pad. It's got the dome switch. ABXY buttons look like the same ones from the RP6 as well. You can see on the corners that they're rounded more so than the RP5 and the 4. They're very comfortable. I was a big fan. Also, my overhead camera just overheated, so we switched away from it at a great time. Icy blue buttons on the crystal. Let's imagine that. Icy blue on the crystal could be a vibe. Yeah. I like how you can just mix it up. Purple on the crystal. The crystal and the black are like nice bases. They're good like base colors, and then from there you can kind of mix it up. I'm not making my yeah. Dude, it's like, man, it's nice. It's really nice looking. Especially with that custom screen, dog. That screen, I really hope it's as good as it sounds. Like 120 hertz. Oh, it's basically like the RP6 screen, but just like kind of chopped on the sides. I don't know about the resolution. Well, 1280 by 960. 1920 by 1080. It's like it's a little bit similar. I'm thinking just high refresh rate OLED screen. The only thing that was missing from those Ambernick handhelds with the 4.7 inch LTPS in-cell display, the only thing that was missing from those was OLED. I was like, dude, I just would love OLED. There's nothing that compares to it. It's peak. Yeah, 120 hertz OLED 4x3. It's so sick. It sounds sick, especially because it's custom too. So I'm hoping that like they just got everything right. They just designed it, you know, to be a banger. Yeah, and they got everything else pretty solid. Android 13 moving up in this world. I have a couple Android 12 handhelds, and I just can't. There's a lot of quirks with Android 12 with like the scope storage and stuff like that. I think Android 13 fixes it a little bit, or at least Retroid's build of that does. But anyways, the sun is starting to rise slowly, and I need to get to bed. So, with that said, let's wrap it up. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. It was a good time. It was a good stream. We walked away with a pretty fun little handheld here. If only we had some black buttons. But I think this is still really, really sweet. And now we have the full screen that we can actually use on this little thing. So this is pretty fun. It was a fun little side quest, little endeavor, and we got to talk about the Nova as well. The Retroid Pocket Nova, super sick. I'm really excited for it. I hope it's as good as it looks on paper, because everything on paper is just very nice, except for the price. The price is a little steep, but that's just how it is these days. If you do want to pick one up, you know where to go. Support the channel at no extra cost to you. Affiliate link, blah 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 blah. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Too Loud, Cyber, y'all are real ones. Good idea. Black buttons on Etsy. I might do that. I might check out my like eBay, Etsy, all that stuff. I caught the bug. I caught the handheld modding bug a little bit. But anyways, I gotta go get some Z's. Stay hydrated. Stay gaming. And I'll catch you in the next one. Monto Tech. Out.